Terra Mystica. Unfortunately, the board game arena queue is looking a little bit on the slow side, so it could be a hot minute before we've got a match, or a hot 10 minutes, as it were. Um, so while we're waiting on that, I think something I wanted to go over. I had a realization looking back through some of the matches that I've recorded on my profile before, and it was felt really disappointing. It's the Halflings game that I played. I tied for first place at 147 points, but it occurred to me at the end of that game we wound up with 2 workers and 5 coins and took 2 points from it in final scoring. And it's pretty obvious in retrospect we can definitely do a point better by spending exactly one of those workers as a spade. Just because the halflings get a point from every spade use. And that still gives us 2 from 6 total units at final scoring, and then the 1 point from the spade, and we win that game. So that was a bit of a disappointment when I was reviewing that game. But it is what it is. Just try to learn from our mistakes and remember that halfling spades are worth a point, so we don't make that moving forward. Because clearly we can't be flubbing up endgames like that if we're gonna hit that 500 yellow mark. On the topic of 500 yellow, I've also noticed recently that the games I play off stream have definitely not been going as well for me as the ones that I stream, and I don't know what sort of karmic justice this may imply in the universe, but I definitely need to sort of slow down it and consider at the pace that I have been when I'm streaming for you all. Or I could just stream all my matches. So to that end, we're actually going to try and get 2 games in today's stream. Usually I cut it off at 1 because Terra Mystica is quite a long game. But hopefully today we'll catch 2 of them. We'll get extra long streams on Saturdays. And now the queue's finally starting to cooperate. So that's good news. Hopefully we'll have our match soon. Since it's been queuing so long, one artifact of that to realize is that as we sit in the queue, you get what's called like yellow search broadening. So the longer it waits on Board Game Arena and really most matchmaking systems before it can find you opponents, the wider the range of opponents it's willing to pair you off with. Which makes sense, because if it's not broadening the search like that, then it presumably may not find someone. So what does that mean in pragmatic terms for us? It means that this final opponent that we grab is there's a pretty decent chance that they're either rated significantly better or significantly worse than us. So I guess we'll hope for the I don't even really know that I want to hope for a much worse opponent, but just kind of good to be cognizant, since you don't get to see everyone's ELO ratings before games start, then we might have a pretty wide skill range here. And the reason it's good to know that going in is you can usually diagnose very fast which world you live in right at the beginning, figuring out from bids whether people are very good or not, and then if they're not very good, you can often exploit a lot of bidding patterns, knowing that people are more likely to bid in on the race that they dragged into the bidding pool, that kind of stuff, and get a slightly better deal with knowledges of people's preference sets that may not be totally in line with higher level playing to win. So maybe we can capitalize. Maybe not. We'll find out. Honestly, I'll be happy either way, just as long as it gives me a darn opponent. Oh well. I guess you all can see on this screen what some of my other favorite board game arena games are. Not really sure why I have Hearts and Reversi on this page. Reversi is not even really a thing I play that intently. I'm a pretty good player, but most of that comes from knowledge garnered in writing computer AIs to play it. Reversa is definitely an excellent game for bot tournaments. So I have picked up a lot in the process of entering those. And Hearts, anyone who's watched my channel before may be familiar that I used to be a professional bridge player. Sort of the classic alpha trick-taking game, and the most played strategy game in the world. And Hearts it pales in comparison next to Bridge. It doesn't even really keep me entertained that well, so I don't know why I have it on this list. I should probably get it off. The rest of these I'm all much bigger fans of. Seven Wonders is nice because it's so quick, and you can play it with your grandma. Or at least most grandmas. But it's got a decent strategic complexity going. Race for the Galaxy, even faster. Also very good 1v1. And Through the Ages, probably about the same length of game as Terra Mystica. But it's a Vlada Chavdil game. The same designer as Dungeon Lords, Codenames, some of those. And I definitely enjoy this game a good amount, particularly with the expansion that's released for online play, but not in hard copy. Yikes, this is being really reticent in giving me the last opponent. Let's hope it doesn't get stuck. It is actually possible for Board Game Arena to get internally stuck in these opponent searching situations where it claims that it's queuing you for the game, but secretly it's sort of frozen, deadlocked, given up. I'm not exactly sure which. And you don't get to find out that information until you try to cancel the search or refresh the page, which is very annoying that it won't disclose that. So if this proceeds too much longer, we may just have to refresh and try the queue again. Hopefully it doesn't come to that. Oh, okay, well we do have an update with searching for 2 opponents. So the fact that the values displayed are still changing, even if it's the wrong direction, we know that we're not deadlocked in the queue. You really gotta wonder about these progress bars when it claimed 6 minutes when it had to find 1 opponent. But now that it needs 2 again, the estimate's down to 1 minute. It does not instill an awful lot of confidence. You may want to work on that, BGA. I think whatever time metric you're using to estimate this, we're all very understanding of the that it would be difficult for you to estimate, but not so understanding of violations of basic metric properties like the triangle inequality. That just doesn't make spatial sense. Getting close now. Come on, one more player. Help us out. Whew. frustrating when the queue takes a while, for sure. It's a little surprising to me it would take so long for this to fire up. Yeah, Deluxe, welcome back to the stream. Still waiting on the queue. It's definitely pretty frustrating sometimes. Very hard to predict how long Board Game Arena is gonna make you wait for one of these. The claim they make is that there are over 1,000 of these running all the time. Just for Terra Mystica, and I don't believe that for a second. There's absolutely no way. The queue times would not look like this, and also you would just see far more motion on the leaderboards than you do. But yeah, we've been queuing for about 20 minutes at this point, since a little before I started the stream, actually. I often start queuing a little in advance, in hopes that viewers won't have to wait so long to get into match. Really getting worried now that we might be deadlocked in their queue and have to refresh the page. It's the BGA's time estimates are very bizarre in that it only ever allows itself to show you a decreasing time estimate on how long the queuing will take. And depending on what's happening with finding opponents behind the scenes, once it's run itself down to this 1 minute estimate, sometimes it doesn't have anywhere to go and kind of crashes and keeps showing you the same display. And then you're not actually in the queue anymore, but you won't know it until you refresh the page, and we could plausibly be in that world right now. So I think I'm actually going to go ahead and do that. Let's refresh. Oh, yeah, you can see we were definitely stuck. See, searching for 0 opponents. Yeah. Okay. Let's hope we can... Well, unfortunately, we've backed out a bunch, but at least we're in the active search queue now, so maybe that's progress by some definitions. It's definitely a frustrating way to kick off the Saturday stream. Oh. It would be fair for a viewer to ask me, staring at this screen for as long as we have, why exactly I choose to stream Terra Mystica when I'm so much more highly rated in Seven Wonders. And the answer to that's pretty straightforward. Seven Wonders is fast, straightforward, and rather repetitive in a lot of ways. And Terra Mystica, we get to take the more drawn-out, creative lines. Jeez, hurry up, BGI. I'm gonna be really mad if I have to do an entire stream just staring at your queue icons. Hmm. It's extra surprising that a queue trouble like this would happen on a Saturday. You would expect that to be the easiest time to get paired up with people. But apparently today it's just not to be. Alright, so we're 20 minutes into stream now. Still no progress on this front. And so when that happens, I unabashedly devolve into playing competitive Pokemon matches while I wait. So you all get to watch me playing a different game dejectedly while I hope that this one will fire. So we're gonna do that now, and I don't know if any of my viewers have any familiarity with this game at all, but I'm gonna play Gen 7 OU is the format, running a full stall team. I may as well commentate this for you while I'm at it, since Terra Mystica's not cooperating today. So we're gonna lead Sableye because we don't have any, they don't have any particularly well situated Pokemon to answer against that, and we want to have our bouncer set for Rhyperior later. Delmai's definitely a hard hitter, but that's what Will-O-Wisp is for, so whatever. We'll just go ahead and Prankster Wisp, so not even gonna evolve here. I do want to knock off the Melodic, and I think that's worth chancing a Scald Burn. So we'll go ahead and do that. We also, of course, just want to get involved so that we can bounce hazards on Rhyperior later. Nope, still going. Okay. So, do I get burned? I do not. Wonderful. 70% to get the good outcome, and we got it, and I think it's worth the trade even if we don't. So now we're just coming straight back to Chansey here, because we don't want to sit around and get burned. We can wait while they bleed out slowly. It would be far more ideal if we had Toxic on this, but whatever. It is what it is. We'll grind it out ultra slow-like. And we have our Stealth Rocks, so that should help us. Scissor, lots and lots of Scissor answers on this team. Honestly, we could safely go with Toxapex, Skarmory, or Arcanine. So what gets the most done against this team if they try to swap out of that position? I think Melodic is really gonna be the counter answer they would try to pretty much any of these to avoid anything happening to Scissor. And none of them can really touch the Melodic in any meaningful way. Now that it's burned, we can't Toxic it. So I think I'm going to try Skarmory here as the answer, just because I don't want them coming straight back immediately to Melodic. And Whirlwind makes sure they don't get to choose who the swap is. So we got Delmai's, also can't do anything to us. It has leftovers, so it can't hit that hard, rather than like Choice Band or something. So we're going to go ahead and Spin Block it with Sableye. Haha, I got you. Now, back to Melodic is the probable course of action here, so we're just going to knock. If they stay in for the knock, we love it. And they don't. Okay, how's our... Oh my goodness, still no progress on this queue. Well, it's cool we've chipped down Melodic some. They're gonna have to recover here. So I think we're coming to Tapu Bulu because they cannot stay in on this thing at all. Of course, they can go straight to Scissor or Delmai's as answers, but yeah, we'll catch a little chip on those. It'll be okay. Yep, Here comes Scissor. We already know it's SD. I doubt it's a defogger because we know they have a spinner elsewhere. And, yeah. All seems well and good. So here, because we chose Arcanine, we really don't want to get bopped too hard. We could Whisper, we could Overheat, but they're probably just going straight away to Melodic, so let's Overheat for the extra little bit of choke. Oh, Rhyperior. Okay, I guess I would have wanted the Wisp. Not too late to do that later, but we're not gonna do it now, because we do not want rocks on our side. He can't Earthquake us here through the grassy terrain, or, well, apparently he can, but it has yet to dawn on him that it's doing half damage in the terrain. And that sucks, because that Earthquake damage is actually the same as our Recover. So, yep, okay. We don't want to sit in there trading Recovers for Quakes, so we go right back to Bulu, which is a good answer to the Rhyperior, outside of inability to answer its Stealth Rock. Now, this fellow's already seen that he can check this with Scissor, so I'm going to go ahead and Leech. It's a little less safe if he stays in, because he could get a Scald Burn. But the Leech works out better against anything that may enter except Delmise. Delmise would be a little unfortunate right now. So actually, in retrospect, let's Horn Leech. The reason it's so unfortunate would be that in the grassy terrain, its Power Whip action is too strong for Sableye to Spin Block. But maybe because we went straight for the Spin Block last time, maybe he won't try it. Maybe. So we'll just head straight to Arcanine since Delmise can't hurt that. It can Rapid Spin, we'll just hope he doesn't. We can definitely force Melodic later if we need to reset the rocks. So I'm not too worried about getting those down in a recurring sense. But since this fellow thinks, seemingly, that Rhyperior is his Arcanine answer, I want to just get Arcanine in right now and throw out a Wisp, because I would love to burn that thing. Anchor Shot. Okay, Arcanine's trapped, so actually he knows he can stay in for the spin if he wants to do that. We can reconsider and go ahead and click Overheat if we want, but probably we don't want, because he's seen that, he'll know he can die. So yep, swap into Rhyperior, and oh, that's terrible. Can't believe we missed that. We can defog easily enough, so I'm just gonna stick around while I have terrain for catching my Wisp. Yep, no damage to Arcanine at all. Still can't get Sableye in here though, unfortunately. He'll two-shot it from the half health it's at. So we're gonna reset the terrain and then Sableye can, yeah, well, there's the rocks. That is what it is, but anything that wants to come in here on this Tapu Bulu definitely cannot address a Skarmory. And we're finally getting some progress here, though we may get stuck. Okay. Scissor. Wonderful. So, off to Skarmory it is. And maybe he'll just keep mindlessly clicking Swords Dance like he has been. Or maybe he won't. Nope, double swap to Delmise. That is the preferred outcome for us, honestly. We don't want to have to deal with an SD Scissor. You can spin here if you want, or you can be scared of my Brave Bird. Your call. Yeah, okay, now your Rapid Spin looks very silly in light of me defogging. Nothing on the team outside of Rhyperior is actually very well situated for this Brave Bird. So we could take a stab with that. Could also just head back to Arcanine immediately. I don't think we want that. It'll bait in Rhyperior, and then we'll want to get Sableye in. And desire to get maybe it's okay. The most likely thing actually here is a Volcarona swap. Or Como-O as some of his only Scarmancers. Yep, so we'll just go straight to Toxapex, also answers Dhelmise. And we will get the Toxic if he tries to Quiver Dance. One opponent. Okay. Interesting. Swap to Como. Toxapex walls this thing to hell and back just by clicking Haze. So maybe he's gonna go for a Z move. Maybe not. Oh, okay. He has Earthquake. Bizarre. That's really atypical, given that you get nearly the same coverage from your Fighting Stab. But if he has Earthquake, he's probably not got a Clangorous Soul Blaze here. Let's just go ahead and Scald, catch that little bit of chip. We can then Regenerator out. Very happy to come to Bulu, which would also block the Clangorous Soul Blaze, which is really the only reason to use Como. So, you gotta wonder. I could get Poison Jab here, though. A lot of them carry that if they're DD sets, just because it's the only anti-fairy tech they have. So, right back to Pex. We regenerated. Yep, there's the P-Jab. This thing is never going to be a threat again. It is super dead. Scald doesn't even really help that, so let's just go ahead and recover. We have a GG. I will reply in kind if the game actually ends. GG, well played. Okay. We won. Woo! Let's get back to Terra Mystica. And we've been stuck on this searching for one opponent, 1 minute status a while yet again. Quite a while. We've been stuck on this screen for 6-7 minutes now. So we may need to go ahead and refresh another time. This is getting very, very frustrating. Let's hope that the other people who are stuck like this don't fail to realize they're stuck. Because if that's the case, then when we cancel, we won't get them back in our game. Alright. Come on. Give me opponents. This is very, very obnoxious. And it's back to Pokemon. Hopefully we can catch a more savvy... Okay, this person's certainly a more savvy opponent. Still starting with Sableye just to get my Bouncer online. Rotom can't really do anything to me, so we're just going to go ahead and knock off in case they stay in. They're probably not staying in. Most likely swap is to Excadrill as the Mold Breaker Rock Setter. Usually carries Toxic to work through Magic Bounce. So actually let's go ahead and Wisp instead. A little surprising he would hang in for the Hydro. My guess is that he's just looking to go for a Volt Switch immediately after he gets burned. We'll go ahead and Wisp. Yep, yeah. So he thinks he's going to trick us by making it look like we don't need to Wisp. It's not going to work on me, you fool. This does put Sableye at a little lower health, but it burns something that we can safely come in on to heal up on later. So let's just hope we don't miss this. Ha! Your T-Tar's burned. And that means it is totally safe for us to recover up. Yep, okay, here's the Garchomp. Garchomp, a plausible rocker, but less plausible in light of both T-Tar and Excadrill. So, a little hard to know with a Garchomp what it's gonna do. carries a very wide and threatening set of moves. I would hate it if you went like SD into Z Crystal move. Probably we just burn. We could take a ton of damage if he Mega Evolves and Earthquakes us, because he is in the sand. But then he'd be burned. And crap, there he goes straight for it. It's a little bit of a shame. But maybe it's possible to heal up on Cresselia later. Hard to say. Anyway, I don't think we want Arcanine, because if he has SD, we're going to be in trouble. We can't actually do anything to it besides burn it. So I think maybe it's pretty safe to look at Toxapex. The worst he can do there is EQ us, and okay, well if he crits, that's bad. Of course he would have to crit. Let's just head off to... Oh no, heading off to Bulu is certainly less than desirable. Against Kartana, we buff its grass attacks. But we have Kartana's hard counter right here. Yeah, he thinks he's really cool with SD, whatever. So do we want to Overheat or Wisp? I think, given that both of these are burned, and Excadrill's not going to be the entry, Overheat seems better. Okay, a little weird that he's willing to make that trade. Unless he has a Sash, I suppose. Do we entertain the... Let's see, we could die to a Z move. That would suck. Don't really want that to happen. He's not going to use a grass move. He may use knockoff. Z fighting is the likely course of outcome. I guess we can be pretty assured it... Let's go Pax. That can let us regenerate or whatever the hit is. Oh my goodness, that sucked. That really sucked, because that would have done nothing to Arcanine. Okay, well, let's, Z fighting is gonna hurt Scarm a lot, and we need to lean on Scarm now that Pex is hurt. So, one line here is, yeah, we don't really need Arcanine for anything else. I am less certain he can kill me at this point. Let's just overheat him. Wherever he decides to go. Yep, not gonna work. You're dead. And Arcanine's actually worth something at this teeny tiny health threshold. Because it can intimidate some stuff. What he is missing now is a Bulu answer. We can spam Horn Leech to our heart's content. This is probably the slower bulky tar. If we just want to keep rocks off, we can look to run to Skarmory. Rocks will come down if we go Bulu. We might also get Toxic or T-Wave. I think I want to scout the set with Skarm before I try anything. Okay, well that's definitely teeny tiny levels of power. If he has T-Wave, he'll use it here. I don't mind getting T-Wave too badly on Bulu. How much does Fake Out do? Not enough to Kartana. And who is their rocker? Unknown. But now we see it's it was T-Tar. Surprise, surprise. So they don't really have anywhere great to run. This Horn Leech is gonna hurt on anyone. They could try Cresselia is the one, yes. But they will not be expecting bulk up a Bulu. That's for certain. Because who would ever expect bulk up Bulu? Really, their chance here is they can, Rotom can Wisp, and Excadrill can hit me with Iron Head, but neither one's safe to enter, so if I catch the bulk up right here, then I can just start spamming Horn Leech. I think Bulu's really gonna drive them down in this game. Lunar Dance. Okay, that's crazy. I don't know who they want to Lunar. I mean, you can Lunar Dance to Garchomp. Doesn't make any kind of sense unless it has P-Jab, though. Even that, I don't think that kills after the bulk up, so I'm gonna Horn Leech you. Oh, Fire Fang is so far from mattering. So really cool that we got Cresselia dead there, and okay, they're just gonna forfeit. Yeah, Bulu's gonna just power right through them here. Awesome. Another Pokemon win, but we are still not any closer to what we really want, which is a Terra Mystica match. Darn you, BGA. It hasn't found anyone, so no harm in canceling and restarting, I think. There is a world in which we do just a Pokemon stream today, which is going to be really unfortunate, but if Board Game Arena won't give us any opponents, canceling moves you back of queue. The reason I did it is I think it moves you front of queue, is my experience. I've definitely had a lot of situations where I was waiting interminably, and I hit cancel and then started seeking again, and it just dumped me right into someone else's waiting game. Not sure why that happens, but I definitely noticed the BGA matchmaking system has a lot of possibilities to get in deadlocks with pools waiting to snatch up players, and they could form complete games if they didn't. So occasionally canceling and re-queuing gets around it. Yes, I could play 7 Wonders, that is correct. If that's what the viewers would prefer, certainly we can have a go with 7 Wonders, we just can't queue Terra Mystica at the same time. And yes, I am officially a 7 Wonders Elite, ranked 206th. Woo. But if Board Game Arena's not cooperating, it's not clear to me that 7 Wonders is going to do any better. And so far it isn't. This is really, really not promising. If they're not going to give us a match of this quickly, I think it's time to, yeah, kill it, and come on. Behave yourself, BGA. Be nice. Alright. Off to more Pokemon it is. Alas. Last game was actually pretty wonderful that Bulu set up the sweep and he forfeited when he did, because we were kind of in trouble in a number of ways. This one is again a Sableye lead, just because they don't, like, there's not a lot that can really capitalize that hard on leading Sableye always, even if you tell them you're gonna do it. Tapu Lele and Tapu Koko are really the two things that form solid answers, but because he has a Scarm, we can bet the Scarm has hazards, and it'll be basically hard countered by this. We expect him to lead Clefable because people with the Mega Sableye do it so often, but that's okay, we can get evolved so we counter the Scarm. Woohoo us. So this could be their rocker. Hey Alexabite, glad to see you back. Good luck. What we really need luck for is finding Terra Mystica opponents. We've been queuing for about 50 minutes. So we don't actually have anything that beats a Clefable, we just hope. We wait a really long time and we hope. We trade rocks for rocks, that probably favors us here because they have a Charizard. And if you want to go to Scarm, that is a-okay by me. Because we have Scarm answers for days. We don't expect him to sit in because he can't touch us, he'll probably go Clefable, so we'll just grab Clefable's lefties with the knockoff. Okay, Charizard's another reason. We don't know which kind of Charizard it is. Probably X, because X is just a little better. So we check with Toxapex, because Toxapex can do okay against either one. It's actually one of our best answers to Char X, and yeah, we're happy to come right back to Chansey now that we've seen it is in fact Char Y. Or Sableye, because you have a Skarmory. Yeah, we'll bounce your rocks. That works out great for us, because yes, you can defog them on the same Pokemon, but then you get burned for it, and we love burning. Love burning those steel types. Gonna go ahead and knock again. He can't even dodge the Will-O-Wisp because he dropped his own evasion in advance. And the burn's just kind of gonna whittle him slowly while he removes our hazards. That's a terrible, terrible swap, swapping Char Y on the final Sun turn, because now you get to do, like, no damage against anything. No Sun for you. Okay. Roosting up, we'll just reset rocks, and if you want to defog rocks again, we will trade this way all day long. Okay, so Hoopa Unbound is terrifying. It has a gazillion different strong moves it could possibly bring out. Hyperspace Fury, Psychic moves, both physical and special. It could have Gunk Shot, it could have Thunderbolt. Those are probably the most normal alternatives, but Focus Punch is on the table too. We don't really need Arcanine for anything in this matchup. So we're just going to go ahead and check it with Arcanine. See what type it is. Arcanine will take anything at least kinda, sorta okay-ish. Anything that it could have. So, what do we want to do with Arcanine? It's not liable to stay in, given how little that did. Toxapex is plausible. Clefable's plausible. Well, Wisp. Okay. We're happy to... Oh, well, lame. We would have loved to catch a burn on Toxapex, because we can't poison it. We're not too worried about T-Spikes. We can just remove them with our own Pex. So we don't actually have any great ways to capitalize here. He can't burn us. He could Toxic us. Let's get Chansey in. Okay, you're just gonna Scald. That's totally fine. Whatever. So the best way to PP stall against this, let's Seismic Toss in case he swaps, but the best way to PP stall against this thing efficiently, okay, he's not the T-Spikes variety, he's the Toxic variety. That's actually a little more dangerous for us. Okay, Skarmory coming in. So we could contemplate putting in Arcanine, which sort of lets us play rocks down on both sides. I don't think that's the world we want to live in. I think we're happier to just head straight to the Sableye. And back to knocking. Knock, knock, knock. Yeah, because if he wants to roost, which if he didn't do it this time, he'd have to do it next, you know, we get his item. And taking off the Rocky Helmet really does not help us much at all, but it's gone now. Knocking Clefable, on the other hand, is worth a little more. Probably not the rocker. We saw Skarm was the rocker. Oh my goodness, we got a match. Deluxe? Oh, Deluxe 9? Okay. Deluxe, I guess you, my viewer, are about to battle me on stream. Woohoo for that. So I'm just gonna go ahead and forfeit this game. Even though we're not losing it by any stretch, I think we're up a little. But we want to focus on Terra Mystica. Stop watching now. That's very honorable. Thank you. Good luck to you also. Okay, what's in here? Oof, Deluxe, I still see you in my stream chat. Don't think I can't. Well, even if you listen to this entire narrative, so be it. I am a ranting my thoughts aloud sort of girl. Okay, Nomad's coming in, and we have to pick the Chair 2 faction. Trading post upgrade round 1 is good for engineers, definitely. This is about the timing the engineers would want to get strongholds also. And some of these white cube cards being in, we don't have all 3 of them, but we have the 2 better ones. Those are high points for the engineers. Though we can't get trading post scoring, which is a thing we often like with them. Let's look at the cults. The payouts are all fire and water. It's an interesting lopsided mix. So we could, I do not think we're especially inclined towards playing like Alchemists here. There's just not enough of the point yielding things. We could entertain Witches and start with a Dwelling spam opening. We have the plus shipping card. I think, all in all, I think it's probably, you know, we don't necessarily garner the most benefit from picking a race that's good here, so much as one that we think we can play uniquely well. So given that, let's maybe go ahead and throw in the engineers. They're one of my slightly better races. So engineers, you're in the pool. I would be very happy to play you on this sequence of scoring outcomes. I think a lot of factions are going to have a hard time gaming these cult incomes early. So we're not too worried about throwing in another race like that. Let's go ahead and bring up Snellman stats to see how these matchups fare as the races get picked. So far we have Nomads and Engineers. This is the spread of how all the races do in games that contain both of them, typically. And notice the Engineers, pretty highly situated. Not so weird given how good they are. Darkling's a chunk better though. We'll definitely have to bid for them if people throw them in. As much as I love the Engineers here, the Darklings are just always too strong on any board to leave them uncontested bidding wise. Deluxe has departed from my chat. Farewell, Deluxe. And good luck to you. Lots of money payouts available, but not the shipping scoring tile. So it's not. The mermaids can certainly score reasonably well off the dwelling scoring card, but this isn't, you know, it's not a bad setup for mermaids who love doing fast dwellings after a single temple, but it's not their finest hour, exactly. This is just a pretty good hour. Alright, we got the Darklings in, so let's narrow the pool of games a little more. Sample size of 925 games, and obviously the Darklings, Engineers, and Nomads were in all of them, because we specified they had to be. Pretty good sample size on most things that could get tossed in here. What was our last? It was mermaids. Okay. So here we go. We have the stats, and a little interesting. I guess it makes sense the Engineers actually boost when you pick mermaids, because the reason that's somewhat likely is that green drags both green factions compete with the Engineers to an extent and in a manner that drags them down a lot. So Engineers improve a lot when they when no color neighbors are in. We can definitely catch an Engineer's neighbor to the Darklings starting over here, and probably a Mermaid's neighbor here. So that's all really lovely for us. Engineer's looking pretty good, but as always, we have to, give me them Darklings. If everyone wants to pick up a race for 30, I will be happy to have the Darklings. We knew it would get bid down. We just have to make sure it happens first. Really, bidding Darklings for 30 is only ever a waiting move to see how other people cast their lots first. Okay. Bonus card tiles do not contain the priest one. So mermaids and darklings in 3rd and 4th chair are liable to claim up the 2 cards that we would desire the most as engineers. That's okay, we can make well off of this one too. Yeah. So I'm actually not that interested in the mermaids, given the strong possibility that everyone rushes a temple and then mermaids cannot get their favorite Earth 1 favor. Very happy to play without that favor in general, except for on 2 factions, and I really do believe the mermaids need it. I'm actually just going to go ahead and bid engineers down here. I value them about the same as the darklings anyhow. Hopefully Darklings will get fought a little harder. Very strange of Deluxe to jump straight onto Nomads for 30. Definitely do not like that. Their spot's kinda sorta. Oh my goodness, we actually had that take. So 29 Darklings, 29 Engineers, 30 for Mermaids and Nomads. Let's hope we can play this well. Favorite tile to get would unequivocally be the Spade if it were possible. In retrospect, I actually think our next favorite would be this 3 power and a white cube one. We'd be quite happy about that. So we have to place some dwellings. We know Darklings will start on one of these tiles, if not both of them. So we could... I don't know if we since we know they'll do it anyway, we don't necessarily have to broadcast that we would look to start in adjacent to them over here. I think we can just go ahead and signal this one so that the mermaids will come next to us here in their pick, and we can go ahead and leech up whatever power from that. So, yeah. Definitely want to sort of be cooperating with some people in these opening setups because you want to have neighbors. Very important to collect on that power leech. Hopefully we can score this one more time than all the other races do. Whoa, very bizarre to see the Darklings coming over here. They're going to need fast shipping to make that work, and there's no priest bonus tile. Which means they're probably going to have their eyes on this. The reason they need fast shipping is that 2 shipping, they can then jump dwellings down this coastline. Then presumably dig through here to here and connect around this way. In order to have a connected entity and hopefully be able to found a town somewhere up here and over here. Okay, that's absolutely bonkers that the Darklings player wanted to do that. Gonna be pretty landlocked in a lot of ways. Unfortunately, this triad's gonna give a ton of power to everybody who isn't me, and there's really no recourse to do anything about that. That sucks. We won't get any power, and that alone is probably enough to single-handedly lose us this game. Very bizarre that the Darklings player would tank his score and ours to not start here. This is clearly the preferred spot for him, and he won't be getting over here for a long time. We probably can't win just off the back of that, but, we can definitely beat him because it hurts him even more than it hurts us. But wow, is it so much free help for nomads and mermaids. So, are we interested in any of these. These are triple terraforms for us. If we start here, a double terraform can place a bridge tower and we can connect and form a settlement this way. It's not too hard to connect this way when no one is competing in this whole area. So I'm going to go ahead and start here since it gives us access to so many spots with so little terraform. We'll just be content in that. Okay, actually we have another triad over here. And we are higher in the pick order than the Darklings and the Mermaids. So Nomads are first. They kind of get to set which of these clusters has all the upgrading. And they'll probably choose this one just because they have some natural ability to form towns here, and they won't off of this space. Okay, Mermaids did snap this up. Whether that was the best for them or not, we did expect it to go. It was probably the best one for them. That one's usually the best for most factions. Darklings may be interested in the plus shipping, since they can't go anywhere without. Okay, nifty they left this open. Don't really like... this is not worth any points, it's just 2 of these power cubes. Whereas this one, you know, we're trading off a worker for 3 power markers. And that's a trade that we can certainly entertain. Who is yet to pick? The last to pick will be Nomads. And I think they'll be happy enough to open Stronghold if we leave this card for them, but they would be pretty happy with this one too. I think we would like to compete for these dig actions. Sort of the ideal Engineer's opening cannot be achieved given that it was literally impossible for us to form 2 neighbors. So we will not be going double temple. We won't even be going double trading post. We're going to be going single temple, and then I guess we can double temple if we build one of these tiles. That is actually possible. So to make that happen, we're going to open on 4 workers. That takes this build, this, a second copy of that. So we'll need to produce an extra worker, and we'll need 13 coins with 10 that we start with. So we're going to need to produce an extra worker, 3 coins, and a dig action. We could very reasonably get all of that. And this gives us the best start towards it for sure. Definitely better than this one. And yeah, I think this is the card to go with. We'll definitely snap that up. Helps us burn less power tokens for later. Okay. Nomads opened in here. Was that right? I don't know, but we're opening in here because we want to make sure the Mermaids do not get their Earth 1 favor. Up we go. Hopefully they'll be nice enough to throw us some power, but they won't because the Darklings are going to upgrade this one in preference to that, I should think. It's really just... the Darklings player has done a deeply unfortunate thing, perfectly calculated to screw both of us. And I'm still really salty about it. If we can only... What would it take for the Mermaids to decide to open on this side? It seems kind of unthinkable that they wouldn't choose that one given the enormous quantity of power leech they know they can get by upgrading this one. So that's just gonna suck for us. Alright, we need this dig action and 3 coins to have a great opening. How much power is that? That is a total of 7 expended. we can only crank 6 out here. Interesting take. If mermaids are coming this way, maybe they will entertain upgrading here first for a faster town. Okay, not shocking he'd go for Stronghold. As I said, he holds this bonus card. How much power is possessed by him? So, after an upgrade to a temple in this placement here, we know then that he will have enough power to use a double dig action. So if we want to double dig, that's going to have to happen now. It's not clear that we do, though. This Mermaids player may very well be about to upgrade some trading posts, and they have a little more incentive to make it happen here. We may well want to content ourselves with a single dig and then gamble. We would be gambling that we could absorb 2 more power, so them upgrading this to a TP would not be sufficient. Darklings choosing to terraform to this tile, which is probably their only terraform, and since they're not making crazy moves towards shipping, that would also grant us the power we need. So I think I'm just going to have to single dig this space and build the dwelling and take it on... Do I have to take that on faith? So that's an interesting question. The mermaids won't TP this one, they'll do this one because it's adjacent. Will the single dig still be around for our next move? Let's think that through. So, Deluxe is very likely to grab the double dig, and they're the only one acting before us. Mermaids do possess power to make use of dig, but they would double dig in preference. It's definitely not certain that it will exist for us, but we can hope. It's reasonable to hope. Then we may not have to burn power tokens. Let's go ahead and see. We get 2 extra points for doing temple first now anyway. Reason being that we'll just have our Earth 1 favor. So let's go ahead and do that. Sign me up. A little lame to have access to the double dig and be intentionally not taking it as part of this gambit, but, you know, stuff sucks. Since the Darklings player decided to screw us so liberally. Really unthinkable that he wouldn't pick one of these 2 starting locations. Oh well. It would be less frustrating if we had some other reactive placement we could take that was next to people to leech power there, but we do not. No worries about anyone taking this spot from us. Okay, we have the white cube grab by mermaids. A little interesting. You would think they would be more interested in digging, because these actions will vanish from them. But we definitely know... Okay. Oh, sorry, white cube grab was by Darklings. And there's our power that we wanted. So we're super happy about that. Now if we can single dig... Oh goodness, we might... Okay. So we're being cut off here by the nomads, because it makes it very difficult for us to connect. But, you know, we're not unhappy about this, really. So if we make use of our double dig now, do we have enough power to double dig and produce 2 points? We still need to produce a whole nother dwelling TP temple line. That's going to cost 7 coins, so we need 3 coins in our dig. We do not have enough power on hand currently to double dig and do both. So definitely sort of a shame. We'll just go ahead and single dig this tile for now. We will be able to escape this coast by coming over here We can also, with shipping, jump over here for easy connection. It shouldn't be too bad. They're going to carve out ability to make a town in here, but we should be able to connect and get ourselves a town on this end. And, so let's single dig. That's the part of this equation that most easily disappears from us. All in all, even if we've been cut off here, and we're all alone on this front, this is actually shaping up to be a pretty strong start for us. Engineers are very happy anytime they can end round 1 with 2 temples and a dwelling, and we will get our top favorite favors. We're gonna... Okay, so this Earth 1 favor has disappeared to the Darklings, and who's going to get the last one? Will it be the mermaids or the nomads? I would expect the mermaids to buy it up now while they can. Mermaids going for a priest. That is really unexpected because they haven't set themselves up to be able to do power plays with 2 shipping. Right, they need 3 to be able to start skipping to free lakes, right? Then they can skip here, 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 here. Or they can come around the other direction and do the same. But what... I suppose they just want to take the priest and jam it in this 3 water slot so that they gain that free spade and later the free priest. That must be the line that they're aiming at. Okay, double dig by nomads. Please build next to us. Yes, we love the power. Okay, and now we can actually, instead of spinning ourselves coins the inefficient way, we can take this, which we love doing. That's going to be a lot of money for us. And then we'll easily be able to go trading post into temple, and we'll have everything we want. So let's promote power tokens like so. We'll still have 8 in our cycle. That's reasonable enough to hold all the power income we'll be getting from this second critical engineered temple. That 5 power income is really very strong compared to other people's. So, money. Now, I know that fire and water are the cults that pay this game. So we could look towards a fire or water action, or fire or water favor, but I don't think the water one is, we're not going to be capitalizing on it immediately enough, really. And we'll get much better dividends from an income favor at this point, given that we already have one of these point ones. Fire 2 won't help us for a long time, and we did just get a money influx, so I don't know about Fire 1. I would love to open on this Water 2 favor if it could actually get us these cult rewards, but it doesn't quite. They're a little too expensive. So I think we are just going to head for this Earth 2 favor. It's very strong for engineers, given their difficulty generating workers. Up I go here. We will need to grab this tile before anybody else steals it from us. It's not an easy steal for anyone. This is a 2-space terraform for the mermaids. They're much more likely to expand here. And Darklings and Nomads have no ability to do anything over water yet. Okay, 2 people passing on to other bonus cards. It'll be an interesting choice seeing what bonus cards we can get. Hopefully we can pass after the mermaids so that we can gain access to this free spade. That is absolutely what we want to be doing. Will I take tons and tons of power? Yes, please, I think. Can I accept all this power? So I will be at bowls of 1 in bowl 1 and 7 in bowl 2, and I will have a power income of 5. Right, this trading post will go back on the board. Oh, sorry, 6. I'll have this 5, and that will be my 6th. So I will have, I can then promote this twice and 5 other tokens here. So 6 in the top bowl. I will not actually power cap myself doing this. So yes, please, I would love all that power. What favor was grabbed? Water 2. Okay, that's a cool line by the mermaids to open this way, actually. Now they're gonna get 2 free spades. Didn't really see that line on their part, but I do, as much as I don't see it, I think it is going to work out well for them. We do want to pass before them, and they don't really have anything else they can feasibly do, unless they want to generate enough workers to super inefficiently terraform the hard way. They probably won't. We want to pass after them to steal their bonus card. So let's get a second temple. And for our favor, we are going to help ourselves to this Earth 2. I like it better than the Air 2, since neither one scores, and workers are really what we're going to need all game long. So again, we are capable of accepting our 6 power income. Even with the extra one I didn't factor from crossing this threshold. So we don't have to use any conversions. Lovely. If we really, really, really want to make sure we pass after this fellow, we do have the option to build a bridge right now. I think it's a very bad option. Not too keen on doing that. What? Okay, so they've used their favor tile. Sorry. Now they have nothing left to do, probably? No, that's not true. Well, they're power capped, but they're not gaining any power, so they may pass if we can just find 1 extra action in this. But we would have to burn down to 5 power tokens if we honestly wanted to get their spade. And I'm not sure that it's that worth it to us. So we have to look. Would we rather have this pile of money? Or would we rather have these 2 workers? If you believe the power actions on the board, this 2 workers is worth the same as 7 money. I don't think you should necessarily believe those exchange rates. It's very widely believed that this money exchange is better than the worker one. We're certainly not getting any points from this card. And actually, in retrospect, 6 money looks pretty weak when we could take 5 money and a cult bump. So I think we should prefer this action. Though it will make us slow going into this round, but that's probably tolerable. I think we're going to want a lot of money because we're going to take the priest and upgrade shipping so that we have access to this tile and this tile. And later, once we finally get here, we can build straight over there. But we will have to bridge tower this space first, which takes a double dig. And I think, yeah, I think it's probably the money. That does only give us 2 workers for next round. But the 2 workers can be used to play dwelling and dwelling after we double dig this tile. If indeed the double dig is left open for us, which it probably will be. Nomads are not going to have sufficient power to take advantage of it. So, with that double dig in mind, I would say yes, better to upgrade our shipping first, in preparation for taking this, so we can grab both of double dig here, then build here, then build here. Whenever we next get a dig, we can jump the gap to this tile. And then that's really all the digging we have to do technically for the game, and we'll be able to have all our towns. So, since we wouldn't have a 3rd tile to build on anyway with a lot of power income that we're likely not getting, I think we're gonna shy away from taking the workers. Yep, go ahead and pass out, and help me out with this. Okay, lovely. This also gives us the option to make it to rank 4 in the fire cult for next round. Right, we can have access to fire, a fire bump here and spend our priest there, though we probably won't, since I think we just want the shipping upgrade to grab this and be in preparation for grabbing that. If we don't get this tile, it's going to turn substantially more difficult for us to connect our network. Not impossible, but we can do it through here and other means, but it will be a lot more annoying than it had to be. Okay, so who started off? Nomads went straight for the money, no shocker. And now we have Darklings, who, sorry, they're on the increased shipping, so they can terraform straight across and build here. That's pretty cool. Now Mermaids want this double dig something fierce, and we can't let them have that. That's unacceptable to us. So we will steal it away and go right here and build our bridge tower so that we can land bridge to that tile. Absolutely wonderful. Next upgrade is going to be shipping, because there's no priority on building the dwelling here. Nobody can race to this tile. We just need to upgrade shipping, then build dwelling here, then build dwelling here. Then we can bump ourselves on some cult. Unclear which one we want to pick. Probably fire, because I don't anticipate hitting either one of these thresholds, but we definitely can hit this fire threshold. There is also an argument for picking air, though. Air is going to be the least contested cult this game, just because people aren't taking favors there, and there's no cult payouts, so just having a one bump could conceivably be nifty. Why is my clock running? I've made all my moves. Okay. Oh, that's happy. Mermaids were, of course, looking to grab this, which is why they're thinking so hard right now. They'll settle for single dig. Not surprising. It is really cool that that blocks the Darklings. We love everyone fighting, but as long as we get our tile here. So we just... Okay, we gotta transform the hard way from Nomads. Presumably they'll sandstorm a tile, and then they can build a dwelling here or the other tile. Nomads are fighting to make sure they can fit a town in here, because they're gonna want to go 1 and 2, and then the third town is doable for them, but going to be a challenge. It's really a shame we're going to pass with this empty one open, but not the one after. It's just sort of an inefficient state to pass in our dwellings, but, you know, dwellings are scoring, so we'll score. Kind of weird that this favor is still available this late. The Nomads have no ability to grab it right now. The Mermaids, on the other hand, could take it this round. Darklings already have it. I'm gonna need the one shipping even if by some miracle this tile does get stolen from me, even though it would be a very hard terraform for the people involved. Just because I'm gonna need to come over here if this disappears. So we're pretty happy upgrading shipping as our next action. Also pretty cool that we're gonna end with 5 money. 5 money goes a very long way if you play the engineers, especially when you're just looking to spam dwellings on these rounds. We have all the power income we need to... oh, interesting trading post. I guess he will leech more power there. Let's go ahead and get our shipping up. Having these 3 spaces is great, makes a town here. We'll have a very easy connected town here, and that includes all our bridges. I really think as long as we can manage to not get cut on both of these spaces, I like our chances this game. Then people have little ability to cut us off. This town is going to be very expensive to upgrade anything inside though, so we need to be careful there. Just because people aren't adjacent to it at all. Hopefully that changes, but maybe it won't. So what all just disappeared? We had a Darklings player passing. Deluxe built a dwelling. Deluxe really has a ton of dwellings. We're happy to grab this space. This one first, because it could get cut, well, this one won't. We will actually want our bridge in reasonably prompt order in this town, to make this a town, because there's no point delaying for town scoring. Over here, we can get 5 levels worth of buildings all connected without upgrading anything to a trading post. Unfortunately, we are going to have to upgrade a trading post, and we're going to have to pay for it the hard way with no neighbors. So hopefully this town can wind up being Stronghold Bridge Tower Triple Dwelling for 7 power worth of stuff. It's better than turning this into the Stronghold, because we're going to need to make this the Sanctuary in order to make a town carved in here. 4 power. That is a lot of power for a lot of points, but I think we're happy with that trade. Yes. Okay, we'll accept all of that. Mermaids, are you picking up the Earth 1 favor? I would expect so, given the scoring that comes, and that it's just statistically the best mermaid favor in the abstract. Very surprising if they grab anything else. Okay, they grabbed something else. Surprising indeed. But I guess they're really big on getting these cult bonuses. Okay, Deluxe is passed on the dwelling scoring. That may be our card for the next round. We can definitely take a lot of points off of that. We could entertain the idea of passing to be ahead of the mermaids here. Except the mermaids will capitalize on this, so we're not actually achieving anything by doing that. May as well get our dwelling down while we can without setting ourselves back in the turn order. It is possible to lay in a bridge. Again, I don't think we want to burn that many power tokens for that, but it's a technical option. Next round, we want to build 2 more dwellings, and hopefully a 3rd would be the ideal. So we will have our 3 white cubes for that. We are going to need power for one of these actions. I suppose if we get the double dig, we could dig here and then build there. And that would enable us to... We'd still have to pay for a trading post in this region, but, you know, we'd have a little more space. So, yeah, let's go ahead and build here because we have the it's sort of the free tempo. We want to save our power for next round, where we can take the income and then burn for one of these actions. This is worth a zesty 4 points to build there. Now, what card do we want to pass to? One option is to get 3 power and a white cube. Can we accept all that power? That is 9 incoming power, and we can take it. Right? In this configuration, we can accept 10. So perhaps there's some argument for that, given that we want to have access to a dig, and on top of that, we want access to bridge building very soon. Now, mermaids did indeed use this. They bumped on which cult now? They bumped on fire. Okay. We don't have anything constructive to do, so we're happy to pass. The extra coin on this goes a long way. 4 coins will help us a lot. And we don't have plans to upgrade a trading post quite so soon. We'll want to do that in round 4 and complete our stronghold. So we're not desperately in need of coins. We can't take the spade, which is what we want the most. We do not need upgraded shipping. So it's really, do we want this card with its many resource benefits, or do we prefer to get access to the dwelling score? The dwelling scoring would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 points. So 6 points and a money, or 3 power and a white cube. Now the white cubes, if we want to build 1, 2, 3, we will have that much income. I really think it's going to pay in the long run for us not to cut ourselves off from digging actions by burning too many of these cubes from the cycle. So we want to be able to double dig without burning the cubes. We should probably take this one. I think that's the correct choice here. Oh, I have another action. Interesting. And then I could get onto this card. It puts me behind the mermaids in the sequence, which is a little unfortunate. But, you know, we took this thing. We need to use it. What track do we want to advance on? Still inclined towards fire, because another 1 bump here will help us collect on this round. So it's going to be a contested cult track, and this helps a little. Let's go ahead and we can take a lot of power by putting a priest in the 3 slot for Earth and jumping here if we move up 1 on Earth. And it would be pretty cool to win a cult as the engineers. Really hard to say what we want to do here. I think in the long run, it probably works out best for us if we advance on the fire track. Just because of this benefit. Mermaids will pass, they'll get to go ahead of us, and that's really unfortunate. But you know, we have 2 favor cards that we're both pretty happy with. Or, sorry, 2 bonus cards that we're both pretty happy with. So we're not going to get cut off of a bonus that we wanted that badly. Is it actually possible for the mermaids to think through doing something else here? I believe it is, but I would be surprised if they made that choice. They would have to do something very inefficient, because they have nowhere they can build without first terraforming, and their only access to a spade is to terraform the hard way. They can't even produce 3 worker cubes for that. So, actually, I don't think they have any possible line at all. So now we could look to snap up their card. I still don't think we want to. I still think we have a preference for this one. The coin is almost as good as the worker. Yeah, okay. And the power helps us tons and tons. Very cool that this option exists to weigh against this one again. Definitely could look to come back here to increase ourselves on fire for the next round. That will have made this card effectively 10 money and a worker cube over 2 takes on it, which is really high value, especially when you consider that it'll help in end of game scoring. So I don't really know what the Darklings are going to do. They've painted themselves into a pretty bad corner, and, you know, we love it. Where it's very much looking like people have screwed themselves to the point where Deluxe on Nomads is our only competitor. So let's hope we can take him down. We'll be getting a lot of passive points from this that he won't, and starting round 4, our Stronghold should score us many. Interesting trading post upgrade. I suppose that's because then when he next builds, Deluxe will have 7 power to form this into a full town. You can probably place the rest of these dwellings this round for scoring. Okay, here we get power capped, so we can actually take the 1 power for free, and that's kind of cool. Mermaids do get a town out of this because they took this janky favor that they don't need. They've also capped themselves on power and aren't spending it, so it's pretty miraculous that this has come around to us. But, you know, hey, we'll take it. Definitely need to grab this tile while we can. So let us... If we double dig, do we cut ourselves off of the needed bridge power? That's a consideration we can make. No one else is going to take this bridge action, but we really want a land bridge in here so that we can next build that tile. So we could contemplate leaving open double dig, which will help the mermaids a lot. And then snapping up single dig. Which hurts the Darklings more, but we don't need to hurt the Darklings. They've done everything they know how to shoot themselves in the foot. So, what is it gonna be? We're really gonna need to bridge aggressively round to round, unless we want to take the inefficient bridge construction. So actually I do think it's for the best if we save our power. Don't double dig, because we need to bridge this round so we can get all our bridges out in time without wasting tons and tons of resources. That does let us build dwelling. On the other hand, if we double dig, we can go dwelling, and then so long as we... and then actually via shipping we can come immediately up here. So that gives us... that means... it's very slow to get the bridges out, but hopefully those can come in time. It does give us the same number of dwellings as completing that cycle. So I guess I'm in favor. Let's do it. I will terraform here. And I will terraform here. And I will build a dwelling on this one before it can possibly go away from me. And actually, we don't... to get these, the bridges let us connect things, but we only need +1 more shipping, and we can build both of these without the bridges. So actually, we've got some cool incentives. Reach a little bit of power up here. I really like where this game is going for us. We can definitely build 2 more dwellings, and if we get enough power, we can even get down the one after that and have tons of them on the board. Will definitely help us moving in the long run. If we build a bridge here and upgrade a trading post here, we have a complete town. We could entertain the idea of having 6 power worth of stuff here and then eventually digging this to make the 7th, just dropping a dwelling here so we don't have to make expensive trading posts upgrades out here. I don't know how well that's realistically going to work out. We may just run out of dwellings. Single dig coral reef. I think that is insane. Comes back around to us and we don't have power for any of these. So let's happily keep building our dwellings while we try to gain more. The alternative is we can jack ourselves in fire because we know we're going to want that for the round after. That may be the better waiting move. It gains us 1 power and then we'll have access to the bridge option. Or maybe even one of these if the power leech is more extreme. And so then gaining a small amount of power gives us access to something really, really good. So I think we want to spend our priest now. We're definitely not taking a shipping action increase this round. So up we go. No conversions. Okay, Deluxe wants money, no shocker, given that he has 1,000,000 dwellings as his incomes. Kind of funny that Deluxe would have to pass on this favor because he has too many dwellings down already. He won't get to put enough over the rest of the game, so of course he'll go for the trading post upgrade tile. Nobody's passed yet. What would we be looking to take? So the spade's actually not at its hottest. I think what we're interested in is this card right here, if we can get it. The bonus money on it helps a lot. 2 workers are great, but really we know we're building a stronghold. Certainly the dwelling scoring will fare us well also. Interesting choice by Deluxe to come to here, because if he comes to this space, then 1 shipping gives him immediate build up into this corner, and also really cuts the mermaids off in a bad way up here. I would have thought he could take this later. 1 shipping still gives access here. I guess they're gonna attempt for a third town down here over the course of the game. Deluxe definitely playing like a 3-town player. Did we leech power anywhere? Looks like we did take 1. The Darklings opting for this favor very late. So, that means we do now have the option to build a bridge. I don't think anyone's going to take that away from us. The Darklings could and need it to make a town in here. But I guess these aren't going away anytime soon. So maybe we just have to windmill slam our bridge while that's an option. And then the question is, are we looking at getting access here? Or do we want to connect this for a town? I think I like connecting here because... Oh no, sorry. We want to place as many dwellings this round as we can. So that should go here, here, here. Definitely want to connect there. We can go to 7 in our power cycle. We don't actually need that much more digging that we're that thrilled about the double dig. We got it enough times that we've really squarely handled all the digging we might contemplate for the game. So let's grab this and let us drop our bridge here. Love those land bridges. We're gonna need to build another bridge next round. Okay, Nomad's building yet another dwelling. They're rapidly running low on those. But, you know, we still have 12 points left to score this round. A shame we didn't grab this card because we wound up getting 1 more dwelling than we anticipated getting. Mermaids are making sure they win the cults, which, given that they're not doing much else, good on them, I suppose. Not too optimistic we can win this when we still have 2 moves left to make for the round, but oh well. We'll do what we can. Really excited to start reaping the passive stronghold points on the round after. That is absolutely our highest point the round after. We want to get a bridge in here and upgrade to a stronghold. Given that we're not getting a sanctuary for a town here yet, actually this doesn't have to be the take. We can bridge here first. Alright, never mind. So we'll upgrade to stronghold somewhere else, somewhere in this chain, and get a bridge in here, and maybe we can get a dwelling? I do not know that we'll have resources for all that. We will if we take one of these money cards. Maybe that's worth... Well, now this card is gone from us, so we don't have to worry about that anymore. Hilarious that the mermaids would pass at round 2 on 2 dwellings. Really bad sign for them. We would have preferred that card as our next alternative. So it's gone now, but maybe we can still get 6 money. If we can't, we'll just get a zillion dwelling points. Because, again, we're building a zillion dwellings. So we can take... We can take here, and here, or here, and here. This one's not going anywhere at all in the immediate future. The fastest anyone could get there is mermaids have access to this tile, but then they're not going to skip here. This is a double terraform for them, and whereas these are all singles. So no one could come down here, but I like grabbing it now just so that bridge makes this a connected entity that much quicker for the next round in founding a town and getting a stronghold. But may as well take this one first because it's part of both option sets. No reason not to. We're getting lots and lots of points. We won't pass for more points, but it's okay. Still gonna be tied for the most points. Who spun up the priest? The Darklings. That seems fine. You know, we can't win these cults anyhow, so it's acceptable if they want to jam people in here to get more copies of these benefits. They may even just use that priest for a terraform. I think let's go ahead and insert a dwelling here. Okay, that doesn't make any sense. There you go. Strange game warning. We are, okay, they did build... They took the desert. Sure thing. I would have taken this so the mermaids can't build a town in this assembly as easily. But I guess they need hopes of coming this direction, or they can't go anywhere unless they try to terraform down here. We have nothing we can do, so it is past time. Do we want to take an extra 7 points? We'll get 4 less money. That is probably worth it, but let's think it through. So next round we're going to have 2 money on this card, and a total of 6 workers, which is a lot. And 6 power. 3 spendable. That does beget a bridge. Is that enough to just build a stronghold? So at the increased prices, we would need 10 money for workers. That is very much insufficient unless we can take this action, which we probably cannot. So given how hard it blocks us on getting the stronghold, this is not even going to be worth extra points. And so we want to pass on to our money card. Shame we couldn't grab the one that's 1 less money but bumps us on this cult. Does move us up to 3rd chair for the next round though, as opposed to taking 4th. So that's a pretty happy outcome. Really, we're gonna need a sanctuary in here before we make a town out of this. If we upgrade to 2 shipping, which we'll need to do eventually to connect across in here, there goes the money action. Deluxe is stacked on plenty of resources. Great situation for him. If we were to, okay, double dig going away, that's good. Well, not really great, but we're okay with it happening, at least. Are the mermaids at 2 shipping yet? They are not. Okay, so, can we buy our stronghold? We need a total of 10 resources to stronghold in this camp. And we have 12, so it is a possibility. We'll get the stronghold for the points here, and then we should have enough power to construct a bridge across here. Oh, actually, we would take this one first. We don't have a reason to rush it here, because with a stronghold here, this already becomes a town. So I think we're just going to head towards that. We're going to inefficiently turn workers into money, inefficiently buy our trading posts, and that will go ahead and grant us our a town over here. We could take the bridge right now, but I'm not... I don't know how worried I am about that action disappearing. So the Darklings come right after us and lack the power to take this action. They're the only ones that would really want it. Mermaids don't need it for their towns, and nomads don't need it in this configuration for towns. So it's definitely safe since the Darklings want it but can't build it to delay there. Yeah. So let's just go ahead and march towards that stronghold so that we can get 5 points here plus 6 more for passing in bridge configurations, and we found our town. We have to worry about where we want to found the town. Same price no matter which of these we pick. We may want to be able to accept more power by putting the stronghold closer to the exterior. Not too worried about this going away from mermaids. These seem unlikely, but maybe people could migrate. So I'm actually going to take this one as our stronghold spot. Let's just double count. We can do it after this upgrade. So after I build a trading post, I'll need 3 and 6, but I will have 5 and 2. So if I just shunt 2 across, oh no, maybe this isn't enough. I miscounted. We maybe can't found a bridge and a trading post both. Unless we put our stronghold up here, but that wastes a lot of power of buildings. This will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 with the bridge. I think we're gonna have to do it here anyway, just to save the 2 coins, as depressing an outcome as that is for us. Right, it's 8 coins and 4 workers, 12 total resources, so unless we want to burn the priest. But I don't think we want to burn the priest. We need to burn our priest here, so it redeems as a worker for the next round, and secures this track for us. That's actually our highest priority option. So let's go ahead and take that right now. So we do not need shipping for this round. Get up there, priest. And that gives us time to accept more power. Then we can look to get our stronghold over here, depending on what unfolds. Because we're only 2 coins shy off of building the stronghold in the location we prefer. Okay, so Darklings have advanced on shipping. They still lack the power to take the bridge build action from us unless they gain more. They would only have to gain 2 more, so that's not actually that hard. Really a shame Deluxe didn't choose to give it to us by upgrading this one instead. I'm sure that was a calculated move, though. He's surely figured out that the only person who stands to defeat him on this board is myself. Still, Darklings don't have enough to build that bridge. Okay, Mermaid's advancing on the Earth Cult now. Mermaid's definitely winning on cults, not doing much else, though. Okay, so we still, we can pull 4 power out of this configuration. That's not enough to build a bridge and to give the coins. Now we could take the coins with it and then use the town tile to give us the 2 workers and allow ourselves to build the bridge with this action. Or with the 8 power to then build the bridge with that action. I don't know how much of a fan of that I am, but we are going to need a trading post over in this mess eventually, right? Because it can only gain up to 6 power, or 6 level worth of buildings as a connected entity. So maybe we are just going to wind up building the bridge the hard way for ourselves by using the rewards of our town tile. It's almost certainly worth it just to gain, for us to, If Deluxe comes over here at all, it's going to be to this space probably with increased shipping. So maybe that... Oh, well, let's hurry up and just do it. This one. Now we're gonna have to yank coins out of our bank to make that stronghold happen. We wish we could pass on some trading posts for more coin income. But we can't. Next round we need to found temples. Founding temples is going to be hard. I do not know that that's a goal that's realistically achievable for us. Interesting Deluxe would do this the round before. Not too surprising he would take that tile though. So it's a good thing we don't need this fire too. It's actually very frequently fought over in the late game. And we would not be situated to make use there. Okay. Now we need to get the coins right now via conversion. I believe this gives us enough for our stronghold. That is... Okay, I converted too much. Let's try that again. Take 2. If I do it like so, that builds a stronghold and leaves us with enough power tokens to make the moves we care about, which is not this double dig at this juncture. So let us build that stronghold. We don't quite have enough power left for the bridge, but we can actually accept the full 8 power if we want to take this very rarely consumed town tile. We could also take this one and use the 2 workers to make the bridge. This is effectively spending a point for 2 power to do it this way. That may be the course of action that we want. Okay, come on. Found me a town. Hurry up. And then which of these do I want? I think I want, yeah, help me to some power. Because the Darklings, oh no! I have, stop it. I have miscalculated. The Darklings did gain enough power via the Mermaid's act, or via Deluxe's actions to take the bridge right now. So I should have actually taken this, to ensure I could build myself the bridge. I guess it's not the end of the world, really. We can just cash this if they don't. Okay, interesting they're heading here. Maybe that can cut Deluxe down here from getting Town 3. Let's hope. But Deluxe has options to try it over here, too. Now, do we want to cash it this way and then build a bridge? No, we don't. That's just more power spent than using this. So we'll go ahead and build our bridge right in here, right now. If we had 2 extra power, it would be lovely to build another dwelling, both for the income and, you know, just to have it. But we're not going to get it because Deluxe has chosen stalwartly to feed the Darklings and not us. You meanie Deluxe. Hard to say if we can still get it. Deluxe is cashing a lot on these round goals, and may well be better situated than us with more incomes to to build temples for the round after. We're going to be reliant on this to build temples, and I don't think this will pass to us. No, maybe it will. Other people still have plenty of actions left for the round, and we have this single one here, build a bridge. So, let's build a bridge and call it a day. This is the bridge we want. We don't really need that one yet. Happy days. Now we'll pass claiming... Okay, now it's really going to get too hard for Deluxe to build in here. So, safe to assume that he would try to form a town in this region. It's pretty reasonable, right? This he can build for free. This is a single terraform, and with access to sandstorm abilities, presumably, you would terraform these tiles or these 2 tiles. In fact, this is a single terraform away, so almost certainly Deluxe is going to try and intrude in this region. If we want to make his life hard, we can actually build there once we have another point of shipping. Unfortunately, we don't have anything we can actually do here, except gain a priest. I don't know if we want to gain a priest. If we gain a priest and then immediately throw it in here, we'll give ourselves an extra worker for the next round. If we were to pass right now, we would have 8 power income. We can't actually accept all of that. Given that we can't accept all of that, I am inclined in the direction of procuring a priest, because we're never going through all these anyway. It does stop us from being first to act and taking this monetary income next round, though, which may be more important. And actually, we can make space for all of our power just by running a conversion before we pass. So we'll do that, and then we'll take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 workers as our income for the next round, which is pretty impressive. And then we can pass on to a card of our choice. None of the scoring tiles are up. I don't think we want this extra power and worker. We're definitely looking to dwelling scoring. That has to be the line. Okay, so pass it is. It's definitely the nice high scoring card, and it prevents Deluxe from having a scoring card, which is critical. Because Deluxe is our only competition in this game. So that prevented is a big relief for us that he can't take one next round, but he still gets to pass for 8 points now. We'll want to build another bridge next round, not because we actually need another bridge, but just because it will score 6 points over the course of the game. We want to get these dwellings down too, and we probably want to get some TP upgrades, just so we can start having more money income. That's a lot of power, but it's actually... this looks like a good deal, but it's fake because we can only accept the 8 power that we're getting on our board right now. So this is just -1 point to no effect. I will decline this. We will want to found a town here. I don't think we have any realistic outs to found another town. So with increased shipping, we need to up our shipping just to connect, and then with 2 shipping we can look to take this tile and then this tile, just to have more dwelling sites available to us. Of course, this one's already available. Very nice of him to steal away Deluxe's money. I think that would have been the bonus card Deluxe would have chosen, but it's hard to be certain. Deluxe coming next to us has some niceties, I think. We're not looking to get a Fire 2 favor so much. Let's see, what are we looking to do next round? We want to build temples. We want to make this into a town. So we could plausibly make this a temple, then in the final round make this a sanctuary, and for the 5-point bonus, and then this will be a town on the very end of game. Deluxe is going to have to get really up there in it, coming in here if we steal this space. I don't know that that's a problem for him. This is a single terraform action, and he has access to Sandstorm. So definitely Deluxe does stand to form 3 towns. 4 is sort of a crazy proposition, but Deluxe is going to be hurting for money. Next move. I think the next favor we would choose may well be this water one. Just because in order to place things at all, we're going to need to start making trading post upgrades. Should be pretty important to us to try and get second in area to Deluxe. I don't think we have any hope of defeating him. He is the Nomads after all. This is just sort of expected that they'll win area. Since they terraform so easily, they start 1 more down than everyone else, and then they can just kind of snowball a ton of dwelling incomes. This could be a very close game against Deluxe. Okay, action time for me. What do I need most? By far, that would be the money. So let's cut that away before anybody else can take a look there. Yeah, the mermaids would love to steal this from me. Darklings would be moderately happy about it too. So we're going to make everyone else spend less efficiently because we need money for upgrades way more than we need anything else. So money it is. We'll build our last bridge the hard way via this exchange if we must. We have a priest in inventory. We do want to put them somewhere in here just to get more cash from this cult payout. So it's an interesting puzzle to think about where. Probably one in the earth space is good just to secure that we can take second in it. Okay, there's some power from Deluxe. Nifty. We're definitely looking to turn this into a temple, so single sanctuary build here makes this a town. We don't really need this because we're not trying to do mass towns. We don't stand any real chance whatsoever of founding a 3rd town this game. Yeah, this is why it's very bizarre to me that Deluxe came down here instead of cutting up here. It would not have hurt Deluxe's game whatsoever, and it would have completely eliminated the risk of mermaids building in here. So that's definitely just a straight-up mistake on his part. But, and, you know, it's good for mermaids and good or bad for no one else, really. So, sort of, because it's a zero-sum game, bad for us, but not much we can do about that. What do we want to take? We don't have enough power for any fancy power actions. Darklings stole the bridge away because they wanted it last round and we took it too fast. So we are going to be building a bridge the hard way. Now, what would we like to do? We want a temple upgrade. That's going to cost 6 coins and 2 workers. 2 more workers for our bridge, so we have 3 workers and 5 coins unspoken for. That is actually enough to build another temple after that, except that we can't. We won't have enough temples in existence. Now, there's no particular rush for anything except this round, except jamming priests in here, and also we're going to want access to this water favor. So needing access to the water favor is enough to warrant racing for that a little quickly. So that's what will make our top priority. Deluxe has a free spade from his bonus card. But we are going to collect a number of points passing at round's end. And that's not a thing he can say. So our extra resources definitely will want to build this dwelling here because it's worth income for the final round, needed at some point, and also on top of that, we're holding this scoring card. Lovely, lovely scoring card. We want to try and make our actions a little faster, if possible, because we want to be the one that gets to pass onto this bonus card. We're gonna need the help of those points. The 8 points on pass. Very, very big deal next round. I think we're happy to take this. We still have plenty to do with our power over the course of this game. We don't yet have access to this. We could spin up another priest if we wanted, just because that's 2 more coins at round end and helps us win on cults. Also sort of gives us some power back, too. If we can get just a little bit of power, the single dig has some appeal to it as well. Because single dig lets us come over here. Or maybe we can entertain the idea of coming to this one instead. Probably here is better. Gives us another spot we can upgrade a trading post. Now, what do we want to do? Again, if I can accept any power, I'd be happy to use a dig action while we still have access to this. So we're looking at 5 coins unspoken for the round. That is enough to upgrade shipping, and then I could try to build the dwelling here so that I could then build a dwelling here, and then even build a dwelling there. It's really hard to know if this is going to work. I think the plan is just hope we can gain 1 power for this single dig action, and then take it here. But that does require somehow gaining 1 power. I'm not sure how that would really come about. Maybe Deluxe will make a move here with his free spade. That would do it. So let's get our temple now. While it's still worth points. And is this the favor that we're going to want, this water? How much are we going to realistically use that? The last round we're going to build a sanctuary and maybe some dwellings? This water 1 favor might not be all it's cracked up to be. The air 1 favor's not doing any better. An alternative consideration could be fire 1? No, that doesn't... I have a hard time imagining that water 1 isn't the line. Let's make it that, and then we can upgrade these for a lot of points in the last round if need be. That also ties us on here. So net +2 points against Deluxe. It's only +1 for us, but it's -1 for Deluxe. +1 point for us, -1 point for Deluxe. So that's effectively 2 points because I'm still not convinced the scores on these people matter. Darklings have all the temples, all the priests. That's actually a lot of terraforming points they're going to be get. I could maybe see cause to, I could upgrade shipping, and then take single dig here, build here, build here, build here, build here, build here. And then I would skip out on getting the third bridge, but I think it would more than compensate me in points. That definitely feels true. Okay, Deluxe jacking on the air track. We took an air 2 favor. Darklings? That seems bizarre. I don't think they've thought this through. This water 1 favor's clearly better for them if they're going to try and do something townish here. So double dig is gone. Please build next to me. I would love it. I need to take 1 power. But I still haven't gotten that 1 power that I so badly want. Do they have 2 shipping now? They must, if they could build both of those. Okay, so I think I'm going to be building this dwelling, whether I upgrade shipping or not, and have to settle in on this priest. I'm happy to take this one and as much as the others, and it does not cut me off of access to this action. So I'm going to go ahead and build it right now. Hopefully, still hoping I can leech just a single point of power to get me over here. It would be excellent if Deluxe saw fit to build there or really do much of anything down here. Okay, here we go. Remember, this is worth an extra point to do this now as opposed to next round, because we are holding the card that gives points for pass on, points on pass per dwelling. Also, that makes the next 2 worth income. And we're definitely going to need all the income we can get if we're building a sanctuary and doing some other things. Would not be weird for Deluxe to single spade here while he can. He needs to use this somewhere this round, and this is by far the space in which he is most interested. And he has no more Sandstorm left up, so he can't come this way in this round. If he really wants to mark a space of 4, he'll build there. Especially because, you know, he needs to upgrade more buildings to make this into a town. And here is a place he can do that, whereas here he can't. Or he can, but he'll have to pay the expensive trading post cost. I'd like to delay by moving a priest here, but then we're unable to upgrade shipping, which is something of a problem. If we want to be able to build dwellings in both of these locations, that could be very problematic for us. Deluxe is really out of things to do that don't involve building or upgrading. He has no power actions to take. He has, yeah, okay, so would he has the Fire 2 town. I don't think he would try to upgrade this into a temple as a waiting move, because then he's, he needs to conserve. If he spades here and builds this dwelling, he'll come down to 6 workers left. That is actually enough to upgrade the temple first. So that's the... Oh, but that also, upgrading the temple first still grants me the power I need. So it's for sure a risky gambit, cutting ourselves off this priest. But I think it's okay to up our shipping here. I think it's what we have to do. And you know, it as a fallback, we can still just build the bridge. If we do not get enough power to spade this tile. So let's go ahead and up our shipping now, even though it gives us 2 less points via this cult reward for the next round. I think we are okay with that exchange. And now our network is connected. That's really wonderful. This is also true of Darklings and Nomads, of course. Or actually, is it true of Nomads? Nomads require an additional point of shipping to connect to this here with this. Or they need to take that tile, which is highly unlikely, because it's 2 terraforms for them. And they would need to... they can't sandstorm across a river. Interesting property of the Nomads. Special power that no matter how much they can sandstorm freely for places they build, it doesn't work over a river. That's not a quirk of the UI, it's actually a game rule. Interesting the Darklings player did not come for this card. I suppose it's not worth the 8 points to him yet, but you have to imagine he's building either a Sanctuary or a Stronghold on the next round. With this bonus, and you know everyone else is going to want this point card. But it's cool that it's still open for us, as long as we can pass before Deluxe. Really need to absorb that point of power right now. If it doesn't happen this action, it must happen from whatever the mermaids do, and it won't happen from whatever the mermaids do. Very unfortunate. Come on, Deluxe, you can build the building. You can upgrade the temple. You spade it, you build. Yes, okay, so Deluxe just misplayed, actually. If Deluxe had spaded this tile into a desert and then waited to build, that was his winning line, because then we would lack the power requisite to use this dig, but now we can dig it. So we are super happy about that. We're gonna dig right here, and we're gonna dig right there, and things are gonna be great. This does put us on only 4 power tokens in Revolution, the cycle for the last turn, but we will be receiving 8 power, so that'll just fill right up, and we can take one of these actions. Hopefully this conversion here, but you know, perhaps not. We are going to be passing rather late, so it's hard to know if that will come to us. Anyway, here we go. We love building this space. Let's convert a worker to a coin and build it. You know, it's really a crazy world when engineers are converting workers to coins. Because, it's just so crazy, because how could... You have to think, like, what... The engineers have such difficult access to workers on this track, but they upgrade to trading posts so cheaply. But things have gone weird given that nobody wanted to give us a neighbor over here. So we will do what we must. We could build the bridge for points instead of building this, but it's only 3 points, right? We can still get the bridge in the next round. Whereas getting this down now is worth a point and a worker, and I think that worker is probably going to matter. I'd be a little bit surprised if it didn't. As far as winning network goes, we have no prayer of competing with Deluxe. as described earlier. We gotta hope we can beat the Darklings and the Mermaids. And those are looking like good chances. The Mermaids are gonna be, they won't have any money. Similarly, the Darklings will have no money, so they'll both be buying things inefficiently. We can think about where in this we want to put the Sanctuary. We do have 3 different choices that are all equally good as far as we're concerned, but it's about how much power we leak to other people. So, not a huge fan here because 2 power for a point is a pretty good rate for the Darklings, and it's 1 power for free for Mermaids. This site would be obviously just an impossible trade for Mermaids to consider. There's no way they could lose 5 points on the last turn, even if it's for 6 power. But that's 1 free power for Deluxe, who is by far the player we're most scared about losing to. So I think we want this one. We need to charge Deluxe 2 points for 3 power, even if it gives the Mermaids a better exchange rate. Just so that Deluxe can't have nice things. So I think what Deluxe is thinking about, yeah, he wants to found the town, but is giving consideration to if he passes before me, he can... Oh no, he can't get the good bonus card. Deluxe needs to try to... There are only 2 scoring bonus cards on this layout, and 1 is already claimed by the Mermaids. So Deluxe needs to try to outlast whatever I do so that he can take my scoring card and gain all the points from that on the last round. Which, unfortunately, we have no meaningful way to compete on that front. Okay, let's build our last dwelling. Here it goes, and then we cannot build any more dwellings until we start upgrading trading posts. But that's probably okay. If we upgrade a trading post, then we have the ability to take this space for free. We love building dwellings. It's worth many points to us with our favor. We're going to come into this with 7 workers and only 4 money. So that is a little dicey. We can't do that much more than build a sanctuary unless we get the money town tile. And we're not gonna get the money town tile. So we'll have to think about doing this. Maybe one of these all cult boost things can give us enough power to turn it into money. On the current layout, that's not giving us any power for bumping up 1 on every track. But we'll kind of think about this. We don't have to... We can still spend our priests in cults. We do not have to spend our priests... Oh, interesting. So now we can burn for a coin, but we don't actually want to do this. Sorry, did Deluxe take the power town tile? That's a bit interesting. Also, why doesn't he have... Oh, and then immediately ran conversions? I'm a bit confused by this sequence I see. He must have more power than this if he claimed... Oh, he claimed this town tile before, then ran the conversions for the resources to build another temple. That would explain this. Anyhow, we don't have anything we can do, so we have to pass. What do we want resource-wise? We can't grab this. We don't need this. So it looks like we're just... Since we can't grab Deluxe's tile, it's this, but we don't have space to accept the power. So it's a worker or 6 coins, and that is an easy choice given our relative incomes. We will take the money. Now, it's kind of dicey looking. We're neck and neck with Deluxe, and he's going to have the better bonus card for next round, but we still have a lot of sources of points on pass, right? We're going to have our... We have this stronghold power as a point edge on him. That's definitely not something to be underestimated. What we are hoping more than anything is that, but that has disappeared, so oh well. Next up on our list of priorities, we would like this action, allowing us to connect up these. Just because this is worth 3 points. We can also entertain the possibility of digging extra spaces, but I don't think we want to do that. We know we're upgrading a sanctuary and coming here. We're probably going to take this air favor just for some points. And if we do take that favor, then that's going to grant us... We're going to want to be upgrading trading posts for maximal points at that point. But we only have 4 money left. We can build TPs here, or we actually have a lot of places we can do it. We can upgrade 2 of them. After that, those are both at good point rates. We can still build the dwelling after that, I think. We have a goodly amount we can do. I'm trying to figure out what resources are unspoken for. So we know we're going to use 3 on the sanctuary, 2 and 2 workers on trading posts. That leaves up just 2 workers and no money, which does build this dwelling. So it's reasonable to just count it all out that way. This would take us to 4 workers and no money. Given that we don't actually have, we definitely don't need to be digging, given that we can basically run ourselves out of stuff without. I think I like just building the bridge, because we're gonna have the points, and we don't want that bridge option going away on us. Anyone who took it would have to be taking it out of spite, but that is actually possible. Definitely could happen. So let's throw in the bridge right now, then we'll start looking at throwing down priests, or maybe getting our town tile as our next recourse. So bridge it is. How will we stand against people on network size? It's, again, we're not defeating Deluxe, I don't believe. But we should have, we are gonna gain one more building on the map than we currently have when we build this final dwelling. The others are all just exchanges by upgrading. Okay, Deluxe, cut off air. This is our next priority to make sure we can do something here. The Darklings really have a lot of priests to spend on terraform actions. That's something. We want to make sure that they can't get up on cults. We want to take second in the Earth cult. If we can take second in these 2 cults, that would be awesome. Even better if we can take not last in the water cult. But of course we mostly care about how we do relative to Deluxe and the cults. We don't have enough power. I'm not too worried about anything else besides those priests going away, except for town tiles, and these are pretty equivalently good, and there's lots of copies of these, so let's get to work spending priests. This may also grant us enough power by spending our priests on the cult tracks that we could contemplate this action. Okay, that's a lot of possible power, but it's for 2 points. I don't think that it seems unlikely that could be worth it at this juncture. even if it results in us gaining the power to build an extra dwelling at turn end, which seems unlikely given that I don't think we can terraform anything else. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to let this go. If we can gain 2 power, we can take this action. That's about the best we can do for power actions, realistically, without spending a gazillion points. So we're gonna have to decline that. Deluxe has not activated their Sandstorm. It is possible they can take this from us. If Deluxe is being very on point, he'll see that we can build there and take it away. That would be pretty sad for us. But I think, how much shipping? He still only has 1 shipping. So only having 1 shipping means that he's not yet connected. He still has to pay a priest and 4 coins to upgrade his shipping. That hampers what all he can do this turn a lot, whereas we have a good amount coming for us. You know, we still have founding a town. That's not a thing Deluxe can do this game. We also have this round bonus. Not a thing Deluxe can do. It's definitely... There's a lot going on here. This is going to be a contest. For sure. I can hold off on the construction of the sanctuary since I'm still not under pressure to lose these town tiles. The Darklings are several moves from having a town in here. And the Darklings are several moves from having a town. The Mermaids, a number of moves as well. Or, no, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the Mermaids just need to upgrade 1 more trading post. But I don't think they're going to take anything away that we're that worried over. So perhaps what we really need is to put pressure to get there before it goes away on us. So we'd very much like to build that for the extra couple points. Just from our favor. So let's start by upgrading. We want to upgrade a trading post where it does not allow Deluxe to absorb free power. Probably would not choose if we went here to take 3 power for 2 points. But it's next to the trading camp, so he'll just take a single coin instead. How devious of him. I think we prefer to grant him the power here. And let him spend out his power for another priest. Rather than playing into the trading post. Though we are going to have... So we can upgrade these as our trading posts. Or better yet, let's just help out the Darklings. But Darklings will give us free power without having to pay if we leave this up. Without having to pay points, that is. So let's grant Deluxe the 1. I think we can be content in doing that. And then we'll go ahead and look to build here on the move right after. Unless, are we... Is it important enough that we snatch up this 11? 9 and a priest may well be better just for competing in this cult track. And actually, I think it is. So I think that's the action we need to be competing for. So maybe let's go ahead and get our town right now. And grab the extra priest. Because I would love to be winning in this cult. The Darklings can use all their priests more efficiently for terraforms. Could be a bit of a race to get our priests in here before the nomads, though. Let's give it a go. I think... Perhaps the 11 is just the safer pick, though it does let the nomads just waltz past us on this cold track. Darklings shouldn't be too worried about their spot here, given that they have the water 2 favor. This is really a challenging problem. We can make do with whatever from these 2 tiles. And we're only under danger of losing 1. So we'll wait on that. And we will go ahead and build our trading post right here. Trading post it is. Lovely to have this favor for that. Okay, we're not interested in taking it at the power at that point rate, and this is great. Now we can build here before Deluxe sandstorms it away, so we can be super duper happy that he missed that play. Because I don't think he has any productive places to use his sandstorm, just anywhere he can build is fine, and cutting this from us is definitely the highest value thing he can do, since he and I are quite up in there neck and neck, and no one else is really that much in contention to win here, I believe. So let's get that dwelling as our next action before we give him another chance to realize his mistake. Sorry, Deluxe, but I have to be mean to my viewers that way if you're gonna battle against me. You know, all kinds of Twitch streamers chat constantly about building a strong community, and I would love to do that here on this channel. And part of building a strong community is culling the weak. So, that's the party line. That's what we're doing here. Definitely have to, when I play against viewers, I'm not going to be any nicer for it. So how many points does he stand to gain? Still, Deluxe has yet to improve their shipping. And that's 3 points, but they can't do too much beyond that. Yeah, not too many things. He would likely build this dwelling. Alright, which town are the mermaids founding? We're gonna wind up taking the other one of these two, whichever that is. We don't have enough uses for this town tile. Oh my word, they upgraded their shipping. That was deeply unexpected. That's so many fewer points, and where do they think they're going with that shipping? And yes, now the mermaids have 3 shipping, but they don't have... they're trying to connect their settlements. I think that's a lost cause. Right, that would require a total of 5 shipping, and they, I don't think they have any way to get the resources for that. Even if they did, is it even worth it? They will still lose on network size. Their aim should be in taking resources to try and make a town here, but I don't know if that's possible either. They do have the favor to make it easier. Regardless, we need this space before Deluxe realizes his mistake. So, in we go. Whew. Not now, Slack. I'm playing Terra Mystica, and this is a heated battle. I have to say, this has been enjoyable doing this on stream with Deluxe917, longtime viewer of this channel. He has been watching since the very beginning, an entire week ago. So definitely a privilege to get to play against him, whatever the outcome is on this. He's been a very good player the whole way through. Interesting that I know that he's not able to accept the full power here. Deluxe is power capped, so this is a deal of 2 power for 1 point. And he is thinking about it. It does grant him 1 extra coin, and I know he needs to upgrade his shipping. But he already has coins for that. I don't know what his... It's definitely a very hard count he's subjected to here, figuring out if he can go plus or minus a point by taking this power. I could do that calculation right now, but I don't have to. It's his responsibility, thankfully, because it looks pretty hard. He did take it. That was my gut inclination on what was right. There's a lot of ways for that to win, but you have to do the math yourself because it affects your counts and final resources, and Deluxe still has some actions to do, and Deluxe still needs to upgrade his shipping to connect this region with here. Otherwise, we will defeat him on network size, which will almost certainly spell his doom. Darkling's player will be looking to found a town here this turn. So what do we have left to do? We have to found a town by building our sanctuary over here. And we're going to grab this Heir 2 favor when we do that. So we can lose a town tile we care about, or the favor we care about. And we can also lose these cult spaces that we care about fighting for. Those are the things that we can lose here. Of those, I'm least worried about losing the favor. I don't think anyone's in a situation to attempt building another temple, or actually the Darklings could make their sanctuary this round. Would the mermaids also try and do that? I don't think so. It's hard to say. Here we got our 1 free power without having to pay out for it, as projected. That's why we waited on upgrading this, so we could take the power without losing the point. Deluxe wisely ran a conversion from his power capped state so that he could retain the option to accept more power. So we are still 1 power shy of being able to spin up a priest for ourselves, which is a thing that we would want to do given the chance. We're going to leave this as a dwelling in hopes we can accept power here in a unit of 1. We don't want to upgrade these because Deluxe doesn't even have to pay points to take the power. He has access to the Nomad's special trading camp ability, where he can just gain a coin without losing any points or gaining power. So what do we want to do? We could upgrade a trading post here, but there's no rush on that. We avoid losing the town tiles and favor we want if we build a sanctuary now. I still don't think that's the route we want to go, though, because what we are interested in is we still need to get our priests in the relevant cult slots. So, the Darklings probably won't be inserting these anywhere. Deluxe secretly only has 1 priest right here because he needs to upgrade his shipping. Now, you could argue that he could get a priest from this power action, but then he doesn't have the coins to upgrade shipping either. I guess he does if he converts some of these down. But we do force him into taking 1 less of these actions, which is 3 points less, if that has to happen. So we're okay with that. So I think in the end what we want is to invest our priest here to compete on the water cult. We may even get to compete with Darklings, actually, because we have outs to get this priest or this priest here. Darklings do not have the Fire 2 favor, so they will not be founding a town in their next action. Yep, that's all correct, and no one else stands to found a town here. So our next move is definitely this priest. Up we go now. Not going to use any conversions because we want to get power capped if we can, to have the option of taking 2 power for just 1 point. If it comes back around to us, we're likely to take this power action off the board and gain that priest. We can definitely gain all our priests because we didn't make use of priests in the cult spaces early, so we still have lots of supply left. Priest supply, that is. If we build a sanctuary, that's going to cost us 3 and 6. We'll have a coin left and 2 workers. That is just barely enough if we convert a worker to a coin to build another trading post, which is a thing we're interested in for no reason other than getting 3 points from this favor. It's actually, a lot of factions sit there at the end and are like, is it worth upgrading these trading posts or building the extra dwellings if I have to do X, Y, and Z for it? The answer is very commonly no, that it doesn't do any better than final resource scoring, but engineers' costs are all decreased along with incomes. So it for them, the calculus almost always runs the other way, that yes, they want to. Makes sense Deluxe would fight for this space, because otherwise it could very well go away. Now, we're going to be looking to take this power action and get a priest. If it still exists on our move, really hoping it does. The Darklings player... Actually, the Darklings player should probably take it. This is at worst worth 2 points for him, because Darklings can just use their priests to terraform wildly. Darklings actually have a lot of points left to gain here. Yep, there it goes. Does not exist for us anymore. So that's sad times. Maybe if we can creep up a little more on our power, we'll be able to get access to one of these, maybe. But we didn't get all those for now. We don't have power to take them for now. So now the only thing to do is go ahead and grab this favor and finish a town. We can gain a priest just to be able to put it in here. That seems very worthwhile. I do not think there's any way that Deluxe could possibly be interested in foregoing upping his shipping to connect the network. Because otherwise, we will beat him up on network size. And that's a death sentence. So that's a 12-point swing for him against the opponent he cares about. So, yeah, we're happy to get this priest on the logic that Deluxe can't put his final one here. The Darklings player could, but even then we could still use our priest to just slide 1 ahead of Deluxe. That would effectively be a 2-point trade, which, right, +1 for us, -1 for him, which is the same difference as the point gap here. So we can't really lose by taking this one. And we'll be happy to do that. In fact, we could even go more by jamming a priest in here and tying the mermaids. Depends what happens there. So let's go ahead and get that sanctuary. Deluxe gets power capped no matter what, so we don't have to worry about taking this one. We just want to make sure the mermaids have to pay as much as possible to gain the power. So that's what we're gonna do. Town tile first. I should be gaining a favor? I guess it doesn't really matter. Is the all-cult bump reasonable? No, it's not. Doesn't really help us anywhere except the 1 track. Okay. So we will look to priest. And priest can go here. Confirm. Now we have lots and lots of points. I should be able to take a favor as soon as this prompt has elapsed. Which is good. We're gonna need that favor because it's gonna give us a few points on the pass. Can we contemplate taking a favor to win a cult? We could try this in Earth. On water, I'm unclear how viable that's gonna be. So the Earth pass is only gonna be worth 3 points. We'll pass on 2 trading posts. It definitely seems higher value if we are to go up in water. This assures that we win we maybe even get second on water. And, we're not contemplating Water 3 because Water 2 is a strictly better card, right? You can use its own boost to increase your, the third step on water. This could be plus a lot of points if we grab the water one. Almost certainly is, I think, but then the priest we just took is redundant, is it not? The Darklings player can jam priests in this slot for a long time to move up. I don't know that I'm interested in creating that adverse incentive for both of us. Maybe it's just the water favor here. Or sorry, the air favor for a measly 3 points. That could be all we're doing. I think we'll do that. We'll try and invest our final priest here. We'll hope that this pans out for us. No conversions. Stop it. Alright, can we invest our priest and take this slot? I really hope so, but the Darklings do have a chance to say no. For that matter, so do the mermaids, but I don't think they can afford to use their power that way. They have so much else they could be doing with it. They really want to be looking to found a town in here. But I don't know how they could... Okay, so Deluxe, as predicted, had to upgrade on the shipping track. Really, there was no way around there. And you did just convert power to coins to make that happen. Darklings player upgrades another trading post. Great, so that means that unless the mermaids do something very bizarre here... Hey, Alexabyte, welcome back! How is this going? Well, longtime viewer Deluxe917 actually wound up in the matchmaking queue with me, so we are battling him. And it's gonna be a tight one. I think Deluxe is just assessed in the game chat that, that I have won, and I hope he's correct, but I have not paused to count it out yet. It's a close race with Deluxe for first place. Okay, so mermaids did indeed use all their power for coins, not unexpected in the least. They're gonna try and build another town here. Meanwhile, we will be investing our final priest here. Advancing up here to get ahead of Deluxe and force some action from the Darklings if they don't want to tie us on this cult. Which, like, they easily have priests to jam and advance on the water cult. They have so many priests, but those priests are worth 2 points to them to use otherwise. So, we're happy to make them use them that way, is basically what's going on here. Let's advance here. We may want to run a conversion. If we run a conversion, then we possibly have... right, we could build a dwelling and upgrade a trading post with this money, but we would need access to a terraform. So that would actually require us to accept 4 more power. That's not going to happen. Not at those rates. But we will... So, do we want to take this just to... No, this is not even a cut from any player either. Let's just down convert a coin. It's the only way we're interested in doing this, and then is if we can get power capped and accept 2 instances of power. So we will down convert that coin, confirm the conversion, and then our last action of the game will be upgrading a trading post. And then we'll score 1 in final scoring. We also have a number of sources of points as we pass. We will take 9 points from the Engineer Stronghold ability, which scores as a function of how many bridges you've constructed. we will also take we'll also take 3 points from passing with this air favor tile, which scores as a function of how many trading posts you have when passing, and we'll have 2. So that's an extra 12, though it pays to keep in mind that Deluxe actually is gonna harvest 7 from passing with this bonus card. Where do we want to upgrade our trading post? Definitely not in these places where I can give a coin to Deluxe without him paying points. Ooh, we have accepted 1 free power here. I think we would be looking to upgrade this because we know we can't accept any more power through the tile, and also that does not feed any power into the Darklings unless they're willing to pay out 2 points for it. So Darklings are going to go ahead and found a town here. It's going to bump them on all the cults in order to try and outcompete us here. That's no shocker. And they can only trade 1 worker for 1 priest thanks to the Darkling Ordination of Priests Stronghold power, which lets them, right as they build the stronghold, 1 time they can convert workers into priests. But they only have 1 extra priest in supply. So this is, unfortunately for us, this is just 14 points sitting in the bank for the Darklings, though they'll do better to spend 1 here and cut us on the Earth Cult. Okay, now we're going to get a town from the Mermaids, who will probably need, if they want to connect, we'll need the shipping upgrade again. And yet again, it is a terrible decision because they're going to lose on network size. So they should not have taken this shipping upgrade, nor this one. Even on the margin, the second shipping is not good. Do they even have the ability to get the full 5 shipping to connect? I don't think they do. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, they can't get a priest out of this, so it's not doing anything for them. Alright, let's go ahead and make this upgrade. It is worth 4 points, 1 from the air favor tile, 3 from the water favor tile. Is this right? Yes. Okay. Okay, is Deluxe gonna... Interesting that the, Oh, no, the Darklings player did decline power. Okay. I think Deluxe is passing here. Yes, he has no legal game action, so he's gonna pass and get 0 for resource scoring. I think our next action is to pass and get 1 point for final game resource scoring, so that helps a small amount. That gives us a 10-point cushion, plus we also garner an extra 5 on for on-pass triggers. Right, 12 to his 7. So a 15-point cushion, not factoring final area and cult scoring. We know we're going to get defeated on area, and that's 9 points still in my favor. Oh, interesting. Deluxe had the terraform. If Deluxe can leech enough power to spin up 2 coins in here, then he can build a dwelling here, and that dwelling will be worth 3 points. 2 for his Earth 1 favor, and then an extra 1 from this bonus card. So he would accept large... he would also certainly love to gain coins via the trading posting. I don't think he's going to get any more power at all, but it's just a thing to be mindful of, that he can score a bunch more with a mere gain of 3 power. Okay, Darklings advancing on shipping. Sure, that's so they can connect, because they want to defeat the Mermaids in final area scoring. We have sort of a funny layout, Lexabyte. as you can see, we're incredibly distributed, kind of doing the island hopping jam, right? We got this, here, 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 all this. We even just skipped over this by building a land bridge. That's a special power only the engineers have access to. So whoop-de-doo for that. Deluxe still hasn't gotten his power to build this dwelling. So, and we're the last one who could give it to him. So we will go ahead and pass here and call it a day. Yep, nothing left for us to do. Yeah, land bridge. Only the engineers can do it. It's pretty cool. All of the factions have their own unique faction building, and ours is this bridge tower. It's a giant wall of text if you want to read what it does. But the gist is that if we build the bridge tower, we can make a bridge going outward from it, even over land. We ignore the normal bridge placement rules and we just gain access to land bridges going out from the bridge tower. So we use that to bridge this gap here. It's doubly neat because the engineers sort of have a bridge tribal theme going on. Their stronghold power gives them 3 points per bridge they've constructed every time they pass, but only if the bridge connects 2 of their buildings, which we have done here, and here, and also here, and 3 is the most bridges you can build per game, so that's the end of that. Oh geez, I even forgot to count our extra points in this from the I counted our bridge points and our air favor points. That's all our points on pass. Okay. The Darklings player still building? No, he's just terraforming. Okay. Yeah, GG Deluxe. It's been a hell of a game. You really fought very, very hard. It's definitely going to be a close one. And the final scores are coming in right now. I tried to count it up before, but didn't get super precise. I did conclude I won by some number less than 10. Bridge Tribal sounds like my tribe. I do not know what you are saying about me, Lexabyte, but I choose to take that as a compliment. The engineers are really a, bridge fairy. Yeah, that's a good Gaelic meme. I like it. The engineers are really a whacked out race. You can see their income track is so bizarre here, and in the temples, and their construction and upgrading costs are very different. They really play quite differently from everybody else. I'm a big fan of the engineers. I've put a decent amount of effort into learning to play them well. I think they're my second best race. So final scoring happened. Ooh, and looks like I won by 10 points. Tight game. That's, yeah. GG, well played, Deluxe. I'm really glad for the opportunity to have battled you. That was, quite a road. You played hard. I agree, the bidding was insane. I thought, not to be offensive, but I thought your proclamation of nomads for 30 points was very bold. Because, you know, Darklings and Engineers were still up and were, I think, the clear favorites in that batch of races. Actually, here's an interesting thing that many of my viewers may not be aware of. If you check the old Snellman tournament stats for this game on this pot of 4 races, somewhat counterintuitively to what many people expect, the Darklings are not at the top of the favoritism on this. People normally expect the Darklings to be because they're frankly slightly overpowered. But, oh, thank you, Kator. Welcome back to the stream. It's good to see you again. I appreciate it. Yeah, nomads do the worst. I don't think you should be surprised by this at all. Just kind of in the abstract. They're the least powerful of these 4 races is my take. The Engineers, averaged over all the matchups, are pretty neck and neck with Mermaids. But the thing that promotes them so much here that many people don't think about, like if I uncheck all these races, you can look here and see engineers are statistically listed as the second best race. So, and the Darklings are a good chunk better than them. But what makes the engineers pass the Darklings? Well, it's not so much the existence of any of these factions. I can start checking them, and you can look at Darklings relative to engineers, and what you'll see is the thing that really kicks the engineers higher than Darklings, more so than any of these other factions, is actually once you start checking enough that the witches and Orans can't be in the game. Just the way the board is set up, if you take a look, well, you can't really see it here with everything terraformed and covered. But the Orans are in excellent shape to cut off everything that the brown factions love in the center zone. The witches even slightly better shape than the Orans. So really the effect you can observe in these stats is you look at the engineer's average. If I go ahead and check witches, they fall from 2.7 down like an entire 1 point. That's an enormous drop. So it's agree with you, Kator. The Darklings are easier to play than the engineers, but I've put my time in to really learn engineers, I think. So really, the addition of a green faction is just awful to the engineers, and that's borne up inside this average. So it's as soon as you don't have those factions, that's when the engineers, I can check them all again, and you see no green factions without that enormous negative being in the mix. It really causes a big surge for the engineers, and they do pass up the Darklings. So like engineers and Darklings were absolutely the races that I was key to play in this particular group. I was very surprised to see the 30-point Nomad bid out of you blind without any competition down on the other two. But I was super happy to get engineers tied with Darklings at 29 points and the others at 30. I thought that was definitely a favorable distribution for myself. Yeah, I don't know. The Nomads I'm never really sure how to value. They seem reasonably good to me, Deluxe, but I do not. They don't quite seem at the top of the tier list, and I never quite see them putting up the numbers that kind of Theorycraft might seem to suggest. I'm not sure how to feel on them yet. They're certainly not a bad race, I will grant that much. So Whippy, we won it, and okay, GG everybody. So ordinarily this is the point where I hang up the stream at the end of the game. But I actually think I'm gonna go ahead and queue for a second one at this point. If we can get another game in reasonable time, I would like to establish that my Saturday games are my Saturday streams are an extra like double length feature. Yay! Okay, I'm excited too, Lexabite. This is looking promising for getting a game quickly. I don't know if any viewers are gonna try and be cheeky and jump in there to compete with me on this one. If I get Deluxe as an opponent yet again, I will roll my eyes at him. That will be about the extent of what I'll do. So Deluxe, be ready for a fierce glaring if you jump in this game too. But I think that's only because it's back to back. In general, I'm I enjoy all the people that have been hanging out in my chat as I've been streaming this game this past week, and I would be happy to play against my viewers on a more occasional basis if they like. It's just a little sad because they'll have to bail on the stream chat if they want to play against me. Alright, so, earlier on in this stream, for people who weren't here, I was playing competitive Pokemon while I waited for the Terra Mystica queue. That's an option. We could go back to that. If I'd been a little bit smarter, I would have started queuing before I went into my tirade on engineer stats and them kind of having a higher standard deviation of performance than other races as a function of matchup. But I was not that smart. I did not have that much foresight. Oh well. Whew. So, Kator, I gather from your suppositions about Darklings that you must be a fellow Terra Mystica player. Do you have any particular favorite race in this game? I think out of this full list, there are definitely some factions that I could put more effort into learning to use well. At present, the factions I've historically not played quite as well as a lot of other people are, or at least as well as a bunch of the top players. I've not done as well with dwarves or fakirs, and I think those are for lack of practice. I don't think either one is a strong race, but I don't think either one is that abysmally weak. And if I got a little more practice, I think I would be in shape to use those better. I also think I could stand to work some on my swarmlings play. And maybe the green factions too. Really, the high points of my game are alchemists and engineers right now. You're like chaos magicians. Okay. Way to be the hero of the people. There is no exciting game like a chaos magician game. Alright, who are we playing against? We have Bad Luck Brian. Let's hope your luck bears out better than usual. Garatoy, and this mess that I'm not going to try and say. We'll go with Wasad. Let's take a look at what's in here. So, scoring cards. We have 3 out of the 4. We're missing the Trading Post one, but that's definitely the weakest one. We have access to the plus shipping start, which can make some incredible dwelling spam openings for the likes of the green factions, just based on board placement. But they probably wouldn't want that anyway, because dwelling scoring comes in at round 5, and if I were to play the witches, I would want to collect on getting my stronghold in round 1. We do have my absolute favorite bonus cards with mermaids. That would be this shipping point one and also this 6 money one. We even have a backup high money card in this. So looks very good to me for mermaids. I also really, really like this layout with the Alchemists. The plus shipping can lead to some nice starts for them. And I'm happy to build a stronghold on the first round and move in towards setting up a giant spade combo on round 4. Thankfully, someone was so kind as to throw in the Alchemist for me so that I don't have to. Who did that? One could argue that in a perfectly rational world, it would not matter who did that, but I find people are slightly biased towards the races that they throw into the selection pool. In practice, I don't even think I'm exempt from that, really. So it's good to know who's going to bid us for them. And it looks like it's going to be Garatoy. The Alchemists are chair 2. Halflings are chair 1. I actually like the Alchemists as a counterpick to Halflings, not as much when the Mermaids are in, though. That creates 2 color neighbors for the factions that live on the evil. So the question is, do we want to detract from my favorite race by putting in the Mermaids? It gives us an alternative that we can play quite happily. Halflings are already such an alternative, though. Let's see. I do not particularly relish engineers on this sequence of events. Who might I be more interested in? So, if I really want to screw with the Chaos Magicians, the Witches have a good amount of ability to bully them out with their 1 starting dwelling and their ability to race a stronghold and then just start dropping dwellings everywhere. And, maybe with stronghold scoring round 1, maybe that's a thing I'm okay with doing, is playing Witches myself and then playing the stronghold opening. Especially in position 4, where I can't necessarily get an Earth 1 favor tile anyway. But I'd like to not cram all the color adjacent to Alchemists, because I think I can bid Alchemists down very aggressively and be happy to play them on this board. Probably for fewer points than this Gara toy fellow is willing to play them for. So let's another option that we could create a color neighbor for the Halflings by adding in Nomads. And I would be happy to open Stronghold with the Nomads on this sequence. Maybe that's acceptable. Especially because Nomads would have first pick of a bonus card. They could take this one. Lots of resources and the 4 points. I also just want something strong to tempt people away from Alchemists, because I really think I'm gonna clean house on Alchemists here if I don't have to bid them into Oblivion. And the Nomads are reasonably strong. Let's, and the coin cards are in, that helps them some too. Let's go ahead and do it. We'll throw in the Nomads. They're an okay backup plan for ourselves if the Alchemists get bid down too hard. They also create 2 color neighbors for these Halfling folks, which, Halflings with round 4 spade scoring are pretty scary, though the Alchemists can do a little better, I think. So we're, it just helps to drag down some of the competition. Yes, fierce game. Ooh, that is a good alternative. As I was saying before game start, I really need a little more practice with Swarmlings. But that's a thing I should have thought of. The Swarmlings definitely could very well collect both of these scorings. It would be quite a strong board for them. That would create 2 color neighbors for Alchemists, though, which is where I'm really looking to play, and I don't want to do that. If I did want to do that, I would have picked in the Mermaids, who are unquestionably very strong on this set of bonus cards, even ignoring what the round goals are. So this was the fellow that threw Alchemists in the pool before, and he is not bidding them. He went for our Nomads. Happy days. Maybe everyone will just bid 30 and we can have... No? Okay, I guess that's not happening. Sorry, but I would like to play the Alchemists. But I will be okay with playing Halflings. Okay, Alchemists for 1 less point than everyone else. So we can look at Snellman's stats on that. It's going to tell you that the Alchemists do terribly here. And I accept that challenge. Sorry, Nomads, and who is our last? It is Chaos Magicians. Oh, okay, interesting. Interesting spread. Only 14 sample size, but still an interesting spread. I have to place a dwelling. Okay. We can be pretty assured that the halflings will also choose to start here as a normal halfling start location, unless it gets cut by nomads starting here and me there. Even then, they might do it for the power leech. So I think I like this spot. I could, of course, come here instead, knowing the nomads will likely go there. But I want something in this train so I can do a shipping dwelling spam opening after the stronghold. My usual other tile that I would head towards would be here to try and connect across the top. I don't know that I'm going to get any neighbors if I head with that course of action. How do I want to do this? So it's a little annoying to wind up building a stronghold here when I am unable to expand across here to connect for a town. Because the nomads will surely take this tile. That's a virtual guarantee. It's less bad to have a stronghold here, because with a simple bridge, this becomes mine. And that's somewhat feasible. Chaos Magicians will almost certainly start here or here. Those are really the only viable placements for them. Here may well come to pass if halflings do start here, nomads here, me there. Here would really only be next to me. It's a little risky either way, taking either one of these. Just because I know that I do not want to be the only one who isn't in this clump. That would be really bad for my starting power gains. And, but if the clump doesn't form, I don't want to, then I'm going to want to be here next to the nomads where they'll do stuff. So it may be wise to just take one on this side of the board and delay deciding which of these two I want for the time being. I think that's the route we're going to go. And I think this one does give neighbors, but it's a little more of a road up here to a town. That's probably okay. We'll start right here and just hope something good comes of it. I don't want to gamble on Chaos Magicians choosing this space by bidding here. Or, sorry, by moving here. This also creates a lot of work for halflings who have a big task in front of them to terraform away from here in any direction except these two. So the halflings will almost certainly come here, and I'm totally fine with them doing that. It gives me a good space on this continent. Oh my goodness, now the halflings are, okay, so we have a triad that will be quite good for all of us. I would love to open with a stronghold here. Yay for that. I may have to consider not doing the shipping opening down this coast. It's actually a definite consideration at this point. Okay, if nomads have gone here and I go here, halflings will go here, Chaos Magicians will go there because they need a neighbor. So I can just take this and be part of the shipping chain and still have access to building strongholds here. It would be a little bit lame if the halflings started by upgrading this one in preference to this one, though. But they're likely to do it because they have places to go from here, less so from here. That's the logic I'm currently thinking. We do have a little bit of an easier town if we come here, but we're going to need a lot to connect up top to gain access to this tile. So perhaps it really is for the best to not allocate too much in a town here. We can still look for a town here, here, and maybe in here with a bridge. That seems alright to me. But I don't want... Alright, we'll just go here and hope for the best. I'm not super enthused about it. just because easily the Halflings player could start upgrading here, which could lead everyone to want to upgrade in this quadrant. And I don't want to put my stronghold here, I want to put it there. Okay, very bold of him to go here. That's an interesting choice. I think nomads we can expect to take here. I don't even know where the other placement will be. Very, very interesting. I can form a town down here and then connect via shipping to that tile, which can connect via shipping to somewhere over here and up this way. Or I could dig through here and come down bottom. There's a lot of possible lines I have for connecting on this. This is going to be an interesting one to see where we wind up heading. Though now I do have to be more fearful of losing this space, which is extra annoying because I can't get to it quickly. Hopefully the Nomads player just leaves this here to absorb power and doesn't try to go anywhere. That seems like a likely course of action for at least the early game. Chaos Magicians will definitely go in here because they can't afford to not have a neighbor. They just have to get the temples and preferably even a sanctuary on turn 1. Yep. Because really the only way you could ever hope to justify your Chaos Magicians is via their power to gain twice as many favors. That does a ton of work. So they have to head for it, and that means that they need to upgrade Trading Post and then Temple, and they don't want to pay out the expensive price for Trading Post. So they do really need a neighbor. If they don't pick this one, I think they're going to hurt themselves a lot. But no sweat off our backs. If they don't pick this one, I think that helps us, because it hurts the Halfling player. So we would be thrilled with that. We may actually just be able to carve a town in this segment if we can take this tile. Oof, okay. Well, bold of you. This is the classic preferred Chaos Magician start spot, and I think it's terrible for them here. But, you know, they can do that if they want. Okay, bonus card choices. What went away? This 2-worker one, this went away. We will be able to build a lot more dwellings with increased shipping, so there's a lot of reason to take the shipping right now. Anything that could really compete with that. Not any of these monies. I don't want to have to spin up 2 priests the tough way, so let's go ahead and look to... Yeah, I think this action does look about to be where we want. It's not as good as the priest starting card for us, but that's okay. We prefer it to any of the other stuff here, and that leaves for Halflings. Would the Halflings even want up shipping? The Halflings aren't going to be thrilled about any of these cards. They'd probably take 6 money. Okay. We're happy enough doing that. Alright, we're going to get our stronghold in here quickly for the points, and so that we can absorb more power from everything happening in this triad. So, let's go. Also, because we want our stronghold in this for an easy town assembly down here. Now, when we build this, we're going to have a lot of power. We're going to have to compete for both of these. This is the higher priority because other people are more likely to want it than the priest. And yes, I think I do want this power. That does actually cap me on Stronghold ability to take that. I suppose what we can do is we can just accept this power and then take this action immediately. And then are we able to accept 12 power after that? So I will delete 3 from this bowl and then have 3 down here. Sorry, 4 here. And 6 will disappear from here. So yeah, 4 and 5 is right. And that can definitely accept 12 power. Yeah, so I think we're pretty thrilled about taking all that. Sign me up. And actually, it's going to be more because the halflings will probably upgrade a temple here as their very next action. That'll give us 2 more, and then we won't even have to burn as much power. We'll have space to accept even more. Which is, like, pretty cool, but as it goes on, it's not going to matter as much for us that we retain tons and tons of power tokens in the cycle, because we won't be looking to take these ever. We'll only be interested pretty much just in this one, as often as we can get it, and some of these conversions in the late game. Because we can spend our score. We are alchemists, we have money. Let's grab this before it goes away. So we'll run that conversion, and then here we go. So Lexabyte, just to explain the power token system in here for you, since I don't believe you've I don't believe there's been a lot of that you've really heard rules explanations on quite all of these. So I have 3 different zones of my power tokens, and you can see them marked here how much I have in each. So 4 in the lowest bowl, then 7, then 0 in the highest. The highest bowl is where I can actually spend them as power for these actions. They show you the costs there. If you gain power, gaining N power, you have to... Every power you gain, if you have any left in the first bowl, you move them to the second bowl. And if you don't have any in the first bowl, then you move some from the second bowl to the third. Also, you can kind of fast forward your tokens from bowl 2 to bowl 3. And the way you do that is you take one token in bowl 2 and advance it to bowl 3, then take a different token in bowl 2 and remove it from the game. And that's what I just did with one of them. So you kind of diminish how much power you have access to and how much you can store later by doing that fast forwarding. Yeah. It's also kind of everything have to move from bowl 1 to bowl 2 before any can move from 2 to 3. Does create some interesting dynamics where if you imagine all your power being in bowl 3, the spendable bowl, you can kind of however much you spend, you spend yourself like farther into a debt that you have to wait a long time to recover before you even start recovering it from the second bowl to the spendable zone. Okay, more power. How much can I accept here? I can accept 8 and 7. So that is a total of 15. I'm only gaining 12 here, so let's take that. Okay, nomads have acquired access to Sandstorm. They're probably going to take this spot away before we can, but oh well. That is what it is. Yeah, so the power mechanic is very interesting. It also means that if you gain 2 power, then spend 2 power, you've actually lost power. Because spent power can only come from bowl 3, and gaining 2 power can only move 1 token up to bowl 3, right? First you move it from bowl 1 to 2, then 2 to 3. Okay, so they're gonna dominate this top section. We do need to compete down to here. Nomads will probably compete up. That seems fine. Alright, what do we want to do? We need our stronghold so that we get all the powers, and then once we have all the powers, we're going to take this to give ourselves a priest. Do I want to do conversions? Probably not. I don't really think I'm gaining more than 1 power anyway by the nomads coming here. So I don't... It is a very cool mechanic, I would agree with you. Yep. And we are going to be interacting with it heavily in the course of this game, so it's good I explain it now, because now that I have my Stronghold Alchemist, the power this unlocks for me is every time I do a terraform action, I gain 2 power. So I'm gonna be upgrading my digging capabilities this game in order to try and combo off on as many digs as I can in this round, and it's gonna lead into a wild combo of me being able to use 1 worker in order to do a dig, which gains 2 power, and then via these conversions I can spend 3 power to make a worker and dig with it and then get 2 power, and I'm just gonna loop this as much as I can to try and combo off like a maniac. Alright, nomads took this space, no shocker, we expected them to try and cut me off here. Where will their other terraform go? They'll probably take it here, would be my guess. So that gives them 2 buildable zones? Yes, okay. So we'll want to jump in here before they use their stronghold ability to get rid of it. The Nomad's stronghold power just instantly changes a space into desert, and they can do that every round now that they have this. And they still have it up. Yeah, so we don't want them to take away this space because these are all very easy for us to form into evil that we can live on. Of course, they could use it here and cut us off after we go there, but then we'll just build a town across here by building a bridge. So it all kind of works out for us. We have a lot of ways to succeed from this position. We did, in fact, gain 1 power. As I predicted, it was the 1 power that I predicted. And now we need to grab this priest so we can upgrade our shipping and then start building dwellings along the coastline. So, there's a priest. Woohoo. Ah, they're sandstorming here. Also a reasonable choice. They zone off this whole area, and they, of course, secure that, yeah, okay, okay. Not unexpected. It would be cool to put the priest right in here and jump up to rank 4 on the fire track and get paid this bonus twice. But that's really not as good as getting some dwellings down now. We need to secure at least a bit of income. Alright, I can take an action. It's time to get some shipping going for us. We have 2 shipping. Huzzah! We could choose before the round ends to claim this bonus and have 7 money for the next turn. I don't know that that's really what we're interested in doing, though. I think we would prefer to save our power and use dig actions on the next turn. Because we are going to have to do some digging the hard old-fashioned way before we get our digs upgraded. Dig upgrades, not max cheap. We really, really want to cut off the halflings here before they dig this to their native goop terrain, because they would love to just come right down this coast. So unfortunately halflings have passed before us, but only with only with enough power available for them to take a single dig, because they are gaining no power income. So they can only use this, and if they try to dig this space with the single dig, they will turn it into black, and we will happily build on it. So that's not going to be an option for them. We'll have first priority in order to dig it to black and build there first ourselves. Now, we have increased shipping thanks to our round bonus card. That is awesome. So let's make use of that. I would very much like to have a dwelling here. And then, wouldn't be Alchemists if we weren't spending our score, so we'll go ahead and spend to be also here. Now, if we really want, we do have the capability to also come and be here, which is a little crazy. We would have to spend... We have access to these power conversions at all times. 5 power for a priest, 3 for a worker, or 1 for a coin. Those are the inefficient power trades versus these ones on the bottom of the board here. And if we wanted, we could make a worker and then spend 2 points and be right here. And we would have 5 power stored, which still lets us take this action to move in right there. It's a little less than ideal, maybe. Yes, that is what those conversions are for. We may just want to jump here while it's still a doable action. Right? We can imagine a town in here or here, 1 up here, and then we'll connect via down to here, over here, and up in this. That asks a lot, but the Alchemists are really good at building a lot of things because they spend all their points to do it. So it may well be worth our time to get access to this space while we still have the increased shipping. This comes at the cost of only getting a single dig here. I think that's probably okay. So we're not even in a situation to build our Gloomy Workshop for the turn after anyway. Oh, also we can jump onto this round bonus card if we want to. It gives us 3 power and a worker, and that will give us that'll give us enough power to promote 2 to this zone, so we can use the power advancements mechanic to have 6. Okay, I like that. So we'll make a worker, spend 2 points as coins, and now we can also just be here. Boom. We did all the things. And now we can pass. And this has appeal too because it's worth 4 points and 2 workers. But I don't know, who else is situated to double dig? So the Chaos Magicians are, the Halflings are not. The Chaos Magicians are... who even knows what they're doing? This Chaos Magicians player does not appear to be very good, so I don't know if it's a useful exercise to try and predict their actions. I am not building a sanctuary to make this 8, but I am going to be interested in a temple because I need to start collecting an income of priests. Now, I'm going to have 5 of these workers, 6, and maybe 7. That's a lot to build a temple off of. I'll build it here, of course. I think I'd like to dig both. Yeah, because I'm going to have extra space to throw down a worker. Then when I dig Gloomy Workshop here on the round after, I get a complete town. So that's a lot of incentive to take this one instead. We'll do that. I, of course, don't have enough money to do all the things I just said, and that's fine. We'll spend our score. Okay, so actually, we can we work to cut off the nomads from this favor, because we would very much like it. Right, like effectively point favors are also economic favors for us because we can just spend the points as money. And this trips more time for more value than the fire one will, I think. It's also cool to take double dig with Alchemists now that we have a stronghold, because we'll gain a lot of power from it. Oh, we upgraded here. That's how we procured 1 power. Okay. Yeah, so I'm gonna double dig now before the halflings get any ideas about... I guess they still don't have access to dig this to anything but black, but I just need the space so I can have a neighbor here to make this into a town. Because it is less urgent for me to come this direction, I believe, given that I can town here in a couple different configurations, whether I need the bridge or not. So let's go ahead and advance a power token. That still leaves me with 10 in my cycle, which is actually a ton for the end of turn 2. And I will double dig. And I would definitely need this space. This is possible, but I think I'm more interested in securing my town first. Nomads are more likely to come to this space, but of course they could always choose to sandstorm here. Probably need to go here, actually, because I can be worried about them sandstorming off this direction. So let's do that. Let's be safe. It's much more important to not get cut off in this direction, or we're really going to get cut on network size. So I will transform this, and I will build my dwelling right here. And notice I gained 4 power out of the deal because I used 2 spades, and that's pretty cool. Yes, the Alchemist special power is actually twofold. It's depicted here. I can spend a point as a money, or 2 money as a point. So that's pretty cool. We got Sanctuary from the Chaos Magicians 1 round later than they had to make it. So one wonders what they're even doing. They had resources for it on the last round. Yeah, it's a very neat power. I'm a fan. They also have their stronghold rather than giving power income like most factions. I mean, it does via its ability, but also it gives money income instead, and their trading posts give diminished power income in favor of money income. We do all sorts of money. Where was I offered power? Okay, halflings built a sanctuary here. Yeah, I think we're pretty happy to accept even more power. Thank you, halflings. We're going to need to take this action in the next turn in order to dig this into our Gloomy Workshop, which is our special faction tile. Very important we get that before we upgrade the digs, because its ability is that when it enters, right when you play it and build it, it's... Oh my goodness, they threw down the trading post. That means they have access to sand... Oh no, they just used to their sandstorm. Okay, but they do have access to single dig, which does not transform either of these. Do we want the power? Yes, I think so. That seems fine. Lets us burn fewer power tokens taking this. Now, because they used their sandstorm, I'm not overly worried about their ability to take this action. They can turn this evil space into a poop space, but they still can't build on the poop space, so they're a lot more likely to take single dig here, where it just actually lets them claim the space. I'll fight back if they try to do it here. I could build this now, but I don't think I want to. I want to get my temple first, so that when I play the Earth 1 action, I score points for building dwellings. So, there we go. The reason I'm so keen on getting a temple this round is not just for that favor. It's also because I want an income of priests so that I have access to upgrading this dig the last step. The Gloomy Workshop, when I play it... I didn't make it through the full ability. When I play the Gloomy Workshop, I have access to immediately upgrade my shipping and my digs. And I have to pay the cost for both of them, except for the one priest. So I want to be able to use both upgrades when I do it. That's why I want to be able to do the first dig with this to get the Gloomy Workshop for the cheap upgrade. So that I'm not using inefficient dig conversions here. That's cool, I got this. Nomads will take away the Earth 1, so I can't have it. Okay, so I didn't get that one, which was definitely the one I wanted. What do I want instead? One option is Air 2, just because it will give me one of these worker cubes for the next round. That's kind of nifty. I could look to water, but I'm not sure that I necessarily need it just yet. What I don't need to worry about is I don't have to build this temple now. I still have to build it this round to get the priest income, but I do not have to build it purely for the sake of having the favor before I build my dwelling. So, no Earth 1 for me, but what else might I be interested in? I could contemplate taking a water favor, and then I would get significantly more play on the cult tracks if I took water too. It doesn't... Clearly what I'm going to do immediately is take this tile. I suppose I could... maybe I could skip the, skip out on my, temple and just use this action to dig the Gloomy Workshop here. I'll still have enough workers left to do both upgrades, and then I've secured that the nomads cannot cut me off here, which is definitely what they want to do. Definitely. I don't want that to happen, so let's go ahead and spend our score to get the dwelling here first. If this action is still available to us at the time that, the turn comes around, then that's what we'll take. And actually, it's pretty nifty. It'll give us a round 2 town. So, okay, he's coming in there. We absorb even more power. That's excellent, I think, except that he might try to escape through here. That is 2 terraforms for him, but we need to be a little cautious about taking that early, or else we get cut off from the possibility of having a town in this configuration. So I may just have to play this without a favor in the first 2 turns in order to make sure I can escape here. It sucks, but I think it's the line of play I want. Chaos Magicians... Oh, Chaos Magicians took away the dig. Well, that even eliminates that as a possibility for us. So I guess we are back to getting a favor. Except that it sucks if the nomads pass and they can sandstorm here and take that away. That would be really devastating. Then I would have to Gloomy Workshop up here, and then hopefully dig the hard way out through this crack. But the halflings aren't even going to want me to do that. So this is likely about to get very hard for us if we finish the temple, because the nomads will definitely cut us off. So one thing we can do is just say, screw you, I'm gonna pass first. And it's kind of crazy, but I think I can get behind it. Yeah, we can do that. Okay, we definitely want to jump onto a card that scores us points. Is the next thing we're looking to do. Actually, I think we'd like to have access to a double dig for the next turn too. And we get enough power income to do that without burning any tokens if we grab this card. And it'll be worth 6 points because we'll have access to 2 shipping. So this is worth more points, right? Because we will build at least 1 more dwelling in the next round. So I actually like the premature pass here, as totally insane as it looks with so much I could be doing. Yeah. Okay. They're both 2 money. This one's more points. This one has some power on it. This one is at best 2 more points though, so if I would accept this power conversion, which I would, I should take this one. Except this one cuts other people off. Other people could want this card. Alright. Well then, let's, do I really want to cut the card? Chaos Magicians don't care about this, because they're not doing anything at all. The Halflings perhaps want it? They don't have that many dwellings. The Nomads have a lot. Let's just take what's good for us. We're still playing the field against a couple people. Chaos Magicians have already rooted themselves out of this game. They're not headed anywhere. Ability to take the double dig and collect both is very nice. That makes this a triple terraform for the Chaos Magicians, so they're not getting out through here. They can build this way, I guess, and make a bridge and have a town in here, but they cannot mess with our assembly up here without triple terraforming this, and they just won't have workers for that. This game has gone really far off the rails, because we're kinda sorta managing to do all the things we want, but we don't have points, and we're not setting up to make that many points without this favor. We're gonna need to get, we'll figure something out. Somehow we'll scrape something. But we cannot afford to get cut off here. That really will be just the end of the world for us when we cannot connect our areas. Also, it's really bad for the Nomads, who are probably the next best situated faction here. If we cut this, and then they can't make a town without building a bridge and terraforming 2 hard to terraform spots. Notably, I'm going to cut this one off from them too. Okay, maybe I won't cut them off from it. No, I still should. So they've gained shipping, so that they can start jumping some of these gaps. But what they may not realize is they cannot jump this gap in one move. The reason is the Nomad Stronghold power does not work over rivers. Even if you have the shipping to get to the tile, it just doesn't work. We'll be very happy to take a double dig action again. Oh, cool. Even more power for us. Yeah, I can take that. Okay, double dig. I want this space. And also this space. And I want to build. Nope. I want the special landscape placed here. Good. And I would like to advance on both tracks without paying the priest cost. And also, I have the resources to found a town, which is pretty cool. I think what we want is 9 points and a priest. 5 points and 6 money and 11 points are like the same thing for us, which is kind of decrepit. But 9 points and a priest lets us max our digs without getting the temple, or alternatively we can I guess we want to save some digs to make for this round when it scores. That's really what we're setting up the combo on. We could grab this, 2 points, and advance 2 on all cult tracks. That has decent odds maybe to, like, hit these payouts, but this isn't going to matter. We're going to be power capped for that bonus for sure. So it's effectively just giving us the 1 spade, which is like the last thing that we want for the spade run, and then some money here. So I'm not too high on that. I think I want the pre-style. Yep, that seems good. Next, we're going to want to build here before the Nomads player gets any smart ideas. Note, he has the shipping to come here, but what he cannot do is use his stronghold power here. Okay, so he took the money because, you know, he's limited by that kind of thing, I guess. Nomads don't believe in boats. I don't know. They do well enough. The real factions that don't believe in boats are dwarves and fakirs. They actually are forbidden to get shipping. Sorry, I missed another question. Is there a way to put power back in your cycle? Nope, it's gone forever. So that's pretty cool. Anyway, yeah, Nomads, they believe in boats, but they just can't use their sandstorm over water for whatever reason. Alright, we're probably looking to build... It's hard to even say how we're going to do this. Once we come here, the Nomads player's in trouble. This can never be a town, and it's a lot of wasted power of buildings. Like, very high level buildings. Like, if I come in here, he can build... I guess he can build a bridge here and then also come to this space. Is the only way to get 4 into the whole town. Or he can build a bridge here and get his sanctuary there. None of these is especially appealing options. Now, we could use the priest to up our shipping now while we're on this bonus card so that we score 9 at round's end. But I do really want to be able to do a big dig combo on the dig score ground. So that's the route we're going to have to take. Gotta build this before the Nomads player gets any bright ideas, I think. Probably going to want this power action because for the rest of the game it's far more efficient than taking this dig for us, right? We're going to be able to dig at one dig per worker cube. And that's pretty amazing. Definitely a thing to celebrate. Okay, the halflings are thinking hard. They're kind of in a weird spot because it's unclear how they could ever have more than their one town. They have no easy to terraform zones for halflings to branch into. And they just can't make 2 distinct towns out of this segment now that I've cut them off here. I had to make a lot of suboptimal plays to do it, but securing all these spaces was really big game for us, so I'm pretty happy about that. Anyway, I had been stating earlier to Lexabyte in response to Nomads not believing in boats that it was dwarves and fakirs who don't believe in boats. And this is true. They, like I was saying, they are forbidden to ever acquire shipping. It's just not a mechanic for those 2 races. Instead, dwarves have a mechanic that lets them dig tunnels under the map. And fakirs can fly places on carpets, and they have weird and different costs to do these. And also, they generate some points out of those actions. So what do we have left to do in this turn? Now that we finally, we can stop celebrating that we set up this whole assembly. I think we would like this. Oh geez, this player seems to have completely bailed. This was the guy that was whining about everyone else not playing fast enough too, but no one else has run out of clock. Okay. Yeah, it looks like he's being kicked by other players. Deep irony here, that the guy who was whining about slow play is the one who has clocked out. Okay. So hard to really say what we want to do here. Did their connection die? I think that's being charitable. I think this fellow was being a noob in the chat all game long and has an awful position on the board. Truly deplorable. No motion to like upgrade digs for the spade round, which is the only way to justify picking the halflings. It's the only power that they really get. And no ability to found a second town. I think I think this was just a rage quit. It's possible it wasn't. Anyhow, they've been kicked from the game, and that means that all their turns are being skipped. And it also means that we are now, according to Board Game Arena's definitions, unable to defeat anybody else because everyone who wasn't him has been proclaimed a winner. So it would be counterproductive to our quest for 500 ELO. Oh, also, we don't even have people to play against. The nomads are ditching. So, unfortunately, we've got to head out of this game. There's just everyone's quitting it. And in some weird technical sense, we won. Along with these two other people that we almost certainly would have defeated. I really liked our spots relative to them. I guess the nomads, which was this fellow, they were doing okay, but oh well, it is what it is. We gained 1 point of ELO for that. Huzzah, I guess. So, unfortunately, since that was like half of a game right there, I don't know that we have time to really let a whole nother game roll. But I don't want to cut off the stream just yet, because I did promise you all 2 games worth of content. So maybe we can queue for some other game. I think I will be going ahead and playing 7 Wonders until stream end, because I do not have enough time left for a 2.5-hour game of Terra Mystica, unfortunately. So yes, there is always Pokemon. That is more what I reserve for doing while I queue for Terra Mystica. If that is what the viewers demand of me, I'm happy to play competitive Pokemon instead. But right now it seems to be just the 1 vote by Alexabyte. I think unless we start getting more votes piling up in favor of something that isn't 7 Wonders, I'm gonna head that route. Just sort of, it's wanna stay in the domain of board games if possible. Yeah, what would we have done with the rest of that turn? We still had 6 workers remaining. And it could have been increased up to 8 by spending 4 power. And we definitely want to take those 2 dwellings before the spaces can be cut away from us, but the nomads weren't in position to take the one across the river. So I could build both of those after taking the 2 workers for 4 power action. Still have 6 workers left. I would definitely grab a temple just to have a favor of some sort, though none of them are exactly ideal for me at that juncture. And, yikes. I could just upgrade my digging capabilities and then bank workers to take as many dig actions as possible in the next round. So that banks 4 workers and then receives 6 income of workers up to 10. So with the stronghold capability factored in, I can effectively exchange workers at a rate of 2/3 of a worker per terraform action. Because, of course, terraforming helps me get power, which gets workers, which terraforms. Alright, we have a 7 Wonders match. Let's see what we got. I don't know if my viewers are familiar with this game or not, but our wonder is the Mausoleum at Halicarnassos. We're going to take side B because it is way better than side A. And this is the happiest tile we could have started with. Ordinarily, it's typical to do the science rush with Halicarnassos. Maybe we can manage it if we discard that other one for coins. I think we could take this science, and then we know we're going to get past the science that we can pay out 2 money to build via this mechanic. And I'm not too interested in the rest of these. They don't build these wonder stages, so I'm going to science here. Hopefully this fellow does not cut the 1 science card. He did not. And so I will pay him 2 money to build it right now. This is the last science that I would like to construct. I don't have the money to build it, so I'm just going to discard it for 3 coins and then later in the game retrieve it via this power, which is really a sexy line. So we're just going to go Mono Science Halicarnassos. Unfortunately, we don't have access to the 1 ore we want to be able to construct this. Not too interested in points. We can gain this resource. That's fine. Oh goodness, only trading posts. Do we want trading posts? Maybe? I think I'm okay with purchasing resources from the Ephesius player, but this fellow's probably not going to get too many more because he has this rank 1 wonder power. So I would prefer to have... What I'd really prefer is someone to have an ore so I could pay them 2 coins to build this wonder stage and get my final science symbol. Then have the 3 and just use the free cost of sciences chaining into future tax. That's what I want to do, but no one built that ore card. In fact, I think this fellow discarded it on move 3 for 3 coins, because we know a card disappeared and I didn't see the ore ever. Oh, it was in my starting pack. Sorry. Very important to have perfect recall when you play this game. Yeah, so I think we're secure in trading with this fellow over this one. We also know that he was not handed any resources, whereas he might construct one for a final move. So, trading post it is. I'm losing on military. That would be fine if we had our 3rd science symbol. We do not, so that's a bit sad. Also, this sucks for us because all the science fell in 1 pack. That's terrible. We also didn't get Delta Caravansary, which is straight up overpowered. We didn't even get the Forum, which is a lot less overpowered. Okay, which of these is more constructible by opponents? No one can build this one, except me. because enough ore does not exist in the game. So I will go ahead and take this tile. He's attempting to cut... Okay, he got the Caravansary. That's obnoxious. I think we can be secure in taking a Forum. That's like a pretty solid card. Really, really unfortunate that we were just cut off of this, or that we weren't dealt this and every science got placed in the same pack. This is such a beating for us. So we have plenty of money. This is not great value when we have to spend that much. So I think I like just having some military. We're going to need more points than are available in a pure science strategy. He worked the ore card, so we will never ever be able to build any of these again all game. No one can ever build a multi-ore card except him, and only by paying me. So that sucks. I think that means because we only get to take one of these, we want the laboratory to finish the entire science cycle. It does hurt a little to pass on this card, but this is fairly high value. It's really obnoxious to be cut off of our reanimation ability. I'm not too interested in the clay. Because remember, we can never advance on any of these wonder stages, so we'll just take points. Can we... No, the final military card will not be in. None of these are possible. This is all horrible. Everything sucks. We really got screwed by the sequence of draws here. Oh well. There wasn't really anything we could do about that at all. And that's why one of the things I don't like about Seven Wonders. So we can discard this for 3 coins. That's the best we can do on this layout. Unless we want to build this for a possible ship owners, but that just opens us up to punishment by his civilians guild. I think it's more likely to give us a point just by taking the cash. So we'll do that. Okay, what are we doing here? It is also... It's apparently true that enough clay doesn't exist in the game for this. Because this can only be one symbol at a time. Civilians is in. Glad we did not take this resource, the press. So we can start buying military. I think we're probably more interested in buying a full science cycle. He took strategist guild. That's not particularly high value. Ship owners, not great. Maybe we can finish a full 3 science cycles somehow. I would be kind of skeptical. No one can build this military card except for us. Sorry, he can build it at humongous cost, but he probably won't. So we could stand to get this back. Let's just go ahead and grab this science symbol. Is that the one we want? Yeah, I think that is acceptable. Okay, 1 military card has gone here. Have we yet seen these disappear? Builder's Guild is gonna be bad because it's at most 6 points. This is worth at least 5. Could be more, not anymore now that he took that. Okay. So we're on the palace. How do I want to buy this? Whichever way costs me the least money. That would be this or this. So do I want to pay even more to this Majek fellow? Probably he has very little. So I'd prefer to pay him than the Hephaestus player. Also, the Hephaestus player is the one who screwed us over ruthlessly. think it would be good to take the military just so we don't cede points against him in the military battle, and also because it makes his strategist guild horrible. And the ship owners guild, by contrast, is worth 3 points. The lighthouse is worth 4. The military is definitely worth, yeah, that's worth more. Okay, military it is. And now we can end on Arena, which does absolutely nothing for us, or we can take a Haven, so let's take a Haven. Truly, this was a deplorable game of 7 wonders. Hey, what, Lexabyte, welcome back. Yep, we, took 2nd place. Which was... Yep, it is what it is. We lost a small number of points. Oh no. Okay, fire up another one. Hopefully it won't, the cards won't fall such that it's so outrageously easy to cut us on things. Yes, 2nd place, the horror. When has that ever happened to me before? Don't go digging too hard in my channel videos. Alright, we have another game. This is queuing a lot faster than Terra Mystica. So, alright, this is not great from the outset because, Giza is pretty bad compared to these 2 wonders. For anyone in the audience who plays this game, statistically the best wonder is Ephesus and Rhodos. And then Halicarnassus slightly after, Alexandria slightly after that, and the other 3 are all bad. This is an upper level tournament play. So we got a bad one this time, but we'll make the best of it. I think actually we want side A on Giza because in this matchup we don't have access to purchase any of the useful resources from our opponents. This is just too many resources to try and amass. So we'll take side A, it's a little easier. And we were dealt at least the best card for us on pack 1. So we'll happily pick that up. Now we want to try and double back and win on the military. Unbelievably bizarre that Halicarnassus would pass us this. But we won't look a gift horse in the mouth, we'll just take both double resource cards and have all the resources. And now we're gonna start loading up on military. And win that. Giza just gives points, and not that many, which is lame. Actually, I disagree, it gives a good number of points. It really does. Just not quite enough. Okay, let's continue cutting the military. This science card will wheel to here if Alexandria does not cut it, but he should cut it in order to build this wonder stage would be his best move. We just want military. Happy to not take science. Also, look at these people taking those gray resources. We don't care about that. Now we could entertain the thought of grabbing this card, because Alexandria can't build this without paying us, and we still win military against them anyway. And on top of that, we're gonna need more resources in order to advance all the way on here. Like, we definitely need more of this wood action than we're getting. That also forces Alexandria to pay us to build this wonder stage too. So I think I like that. Okay, indeed he did wonder the science card, so that's one that Halicarnassus can never take. And we're pretty happy grabbing a last pick baths. I think we're set up reasonably well here. Okay, we didn't open Caravansary. That was our top pick for an open. This card's very hard for anyone else to take. Likewise here. though I think it can be constructed off of one of the science cards. No, that's wrong, but it gives future free construction to fortifications. Alright. This card, actually also very hard for anyone else to build. This is interesting. Other people's setups are just so poor that we're in good shape. I think I'm going to be happy to lead off on military, and then we can grab another military if we need when it wheels, but we probably don't need. Caravansary on Alexandria, not surprising. What we really want is the Forum. Unfortunately, we know that's right now in the hands of the Alexandria player, who will probably be pretty happy to build it. Really unfortunate that that came to us third. Don't think I want anything else that's displayed in front of me here. So I'll load up a ton on these. Let's give money to the Halicarnassus player because I think they're in a bad spot compared to Alexandria. Yes, okay. Here you go, Fusion. Have some money. Alright, Forum did wheel to us. Okay. That'll be nice for a lot of round 3 picks. Just because we haven't gone and taken any of these symbols, it's good to have a wild one. Save us a lot of money on things. Now, one thing that we do need to grab is the 2 wood card, if it still exists out here. I think it does. Let's hope. So otherwise, we are cut off from building these stages, which might be workable with Giza because our wonder is bad enough. Notice we're also not situated to build this, and that won't even come to pass after we've taken the Forum, unless someone else is kind enough to build this for me, and I don't think they're gonna be. It would really have to be the Halicarnassus player. Because the Alexandria player really just doesn't have incentive. They already have one, and then they have 2 wild card symbols. We will find out if the double log exists, because it'll be in this pack if it's alive. Yep, and it is. We can afford to let this military go, especially since only Alexandria can take it. They can last pick it. If they want to, we'll still have a fairly sizable military lead on them. But I don't know that 6 money does everything we want in the world, so I think we're probably happier gaining access to this 5er than grabbing more military. It's a bit of a difficult call. There is a world where we jam... No, if we jam this under our wonder, we're never let to advance further on our wonder, so we can be dead picked into like last pick science cards or the gray resources, which are surely coming back at the end. So we need to leave picks open to jam those under our wonder. Speaking of which, let's hand the Halicarnassus player 2 cards he already has. Under the wonder, the ore goes. So now, Alexandria is holding the 2 stone card at present. If they build it, then we can pay them for access to build our final stage in the late game. If they don't, we'll build it. So, it all works out. You know, we're happy enough to just have all this stone exist so we can build this darn thing later. And now we're all set up to build these. This also kind of sets up for a ship owners guild, which will be worth 6 points when we throw it down, more if we take other guilds. So it's like not so terrible. We also lead by so much on military that we don't even necessarily have to worry about taking the military cards. This guild's a measly 4 points. All of these kind of suck for us at present, except Heaven is actually really incredible. That's a solid 7-point card. Lots of incentive to throw down the Haven, but other people won't pick it away. That said, we don't have anything else to compete on except this straight up 6 points. Would anyone else take our Haven? So this player would likely go for the Science, or they would take a Lighthouse. The Alexandria player will be mostly interested in maybe the military card. They won't really have anything great. I think it's fine to let this Amazing Haven slide, because it isn't that much better than the Town Hall, and other people can use a Town Hall. So, that's for us. Oh, he opened Philosopher's Guild. That stinks, but there's nothing we can do about it. So, because we're unable to build these, we have insufficient coins. We could look to build this, or we could just take a Magistrate's Guild, which is probably going to be worth at least as much, especially since we're letting these cards circulate. So I kind of like doing that. We also still don't know if we're in the Shipowners Guild world, and if we are, this will score for that. So let's go ahead and grab a Magistrate's Guild. Watch some other people build some blue stuff. We'll be happy enough then when they do. Okay, they are taking military, so that's... Fortunately, these doubled up in the same pack. So if we pass this and they take one, we can just take another military card as it wheels to us. As long as we have enough money. Nope, there's the tiny detail that this is impossible because not enough ore exists in the entire game. Unless the Alexandria player wants to build it. So the Alexandria player would... they could build this easily enough. It is a little unfortunate to think we might have to take this military card. But I think it's only trades 1 loss if things go the bad route, which they might not, and Strategist Guild is a pretty sure bet for a lot of points. We are going to be staring at this pack at the end. It will have a military card in it. If it's this one we can't take, we'll just build a Wonder Stage. Okay, time for our high-scoring Haven. Really the best we're going to get in this round. And then we may just have to build 2 Wonder Stages running. It's hard to imagine we'll do better than that. Yeah. This is even better than 7 points, because if it comes down to a tiebreak, then money is the decider. On current point tallies, we are losing, but I'm not super worried about... Okay, so they did take this. That means they are going to defeat us on military. That's okay. We can build the Pantheon for 1 billion coins, but that's less good than just building our Wonder Stages, because we know a dead military card is coming last pick. There's no way this guy would take it. He would have no incentive. So, what do I want to cut away from this player? Well, if they want to build a Pantheon, they have all of the gray resources. They have 2 clay... Yeah, okay, so this card is just straight up better for them than the Senate. So, we'll go ahead and offer them the choice of these 2. Build our Wonder. And then build another Wonder. Jamming this one under as opposed to the military. Because if Helicarnassus reanimates final move, we want to give them a worse option. They won't want to reanimate a military card. Alright, I don't think this is good enough to win. I think we're second again, but maybe I've miscounted. Oh my goodness. Are we... Okay. So the Helicarnassus player actually won, and we got second. Rough world. Yep. Haven being great, like I said, worth more than 7 because coins are a tiebreaker. And we had a gazillion off of that Haven. Yep, so close. Would I like to enable web notifications? No. Go away. Don't ever ask me that. Alright, let's run it back, see if maybe we can do better than average. I mean, the people we've been getting are extremely high rated. All of them have been like top 300 rated in the world. So, you know, taking 2 seconds is not the worst, but we can do better. We can. We'll just, maybe we'll blame Giza for that round. Yeah, that's our excuse. I mean, that's not the real excuse, because Giza was more than compensated by gaining both double resource cards in Age 1. But, what really hurt us was the distribution of cards on the last, the final draft pack. You thought I had that. I don't know. I'm not so sure. I don't win it if I take the military card in preference to the Strategist Guild. The Strategist Guild does not come back. But that doesn't beget extra points against the Helicarnassus player, so I still get second doing that, even though it's much better against the Alexandria one. Alright, we're battling Jez and Unlimited Juice. Unlimited is a lot of juice, and also we got an awesome wonder. This wonder is statistically one of the best too, and it is my personal favorite one to use, I think. So trading posts are pretty nice because we know both our sides are going to bulk up on resources. This player really shouldn't have taken Giza B here. They can't buy any of these resources they need, so they're going to have an awful slog, and they're going to need to take 1,000,000 resource cards to build things. So I think it's very plausible that we just want to open on this trading post towards them. Nothing else here is good, but hopefully by the time it comes around we can either build this stone pit, or if it doesn't exist, that means we have the option to buy our first wonder stage because someone else took it. Probably someone else will take it though. And the logic on that is just both of these players need a ton of stone. So, yep, we'll grab this. It sucks that we didn't get either double resource, but sometimes there's not really anything you can do about that. We could have a nice-ish road to a science game, because both of these wonders are, I think, the literal worst too at playing science strategies. Hey, Illusion. Double dig. Yeah, double dig is pretty good. If I double digged, maybe I could have dug a trading post and a stone pit. But that's what I really wanted last round. Hephaestus is always so strong. Agreed. Statistically, it is the best wonder in tournament play. So happy to get dealt that one. I think maybe we are going to move on to science, just to have things to take in the draft pack we just passed, because otherwise that is a really dead pack for us. Okay, we could get a little military for a coin. I think that's worth, but we need to keep 2 coins to build the wonder stage when the time comes. Will we be seeing this pack again? Yes, we will, with 3 cards gone, which means we're going to want to build a wonder out of it. So good to keep in mind that our final move for the round is in fact a wonder stage build. Alright, both of these came at once. That's, So I can just build this by paying 2. That does take me off of being able to build the Wonder stage on the last move, but I have a build in between to discard a card to coins. So, Rhodos, the worst. No, actually, Rhodos is the second best one, statistically. It is very powerful. You have to, basically, to use it really powerfully, you have to do exactly what this guy is not doing. Yep, let's get 2 of the science cards. We won't get 3, and that's okay. So we can't take these. I think we want to we either want to take this or, which helps this guy to build his final stage if he gets the Caravansary. No, we need coins in order to build Wonder Stage on the dead cards on the last round. So we are going to discard this military to gain coins. No military for you, Mr. Giza. And then, yeah, as predicted, building a Wonder now. Yeah. Okay, did not get dealt Caravansary. That's really lame. Caravansary is like the most annoying thing in this game because it's so overpowered. Do we want to jump on more science? Or we could. We certainly could. We could also try to get more military. Don't know how I feel about that. This costs 1 coin for him to build, but he probably won't. This costs 2 coins. Yeah, this is definitely the harder card for people to build. So we'll leave this one in the draft pack, I think. Even though there's more of these in Age 2 than of these symbols. Just because this is more likely to come back to us. And I think we're just jumping ship onto the science plan. Okay, so you can... There goes the Forum. Oh, no, that means he had Forum and Caravansary, and we don't get to have any of them, and that's just terrible. So annoying. Okay, we want both of these cards really badly. What's more likely to go away? They're both particularly likely to stay. I think we'll go ahead and grab the, there's 2 of the tablet things, so we'll grab this one. Yeah, really lame that Forum and Caravansary and all the double resource cards. We were given access to absolutely none of them. We're gonna have to build out of this card, out of this pack a second time, which is really terrible. If I build this, I'll have better access to build this later and this. So I think it's okay to do this. Definitely just bulking up on science where I can. So we've secured one of these protractor symbols and one of these gear symbols, and now this in round 2. So that means we are currently missing 1 tablet. Okay, all of these are terrible for us. What do we want to bequeath to him? Probably the military card, since he's already winning by a gazillion on that. So we'll just take a Wonder Stage. Were we cut on the science? Yes, the science was built away from us, those jerks. Okay, do we want to own any resources at all? Maybe? It's not obvious to me. We're gonna have a really, really bad game, but that's not our fault even a tiny bit. because we were not given a chance at any double resources or the Caravanserai or the Forum. 4 OP cards, we were given 0 passes at all of them, and statistically this is astoundingly unlikely. So this player, nope, because of Caravanserai they can get the stone. I really don't know if I want these or not. It probably helps to have maybe the logs. What's the best for guild stuff? Yeah, we want access to scientist guilds, so we'll build this. Okay. Pretty bad shape here. Let's go ahead and grab this. Because we can't get Palace, these aren't super great, and we want to complete as many science cycles as we can. Maybe we'll manage to finish 3. Really, that's going to be a question of, does the tablet card get cut from us quickly enough? Probably not. They're running out of ability to cut cards, right? Rhodos can't. What's the single best card in the game? Without a doubt, it is this Caravanserai. No question. Really, that card is just... should never have been in this game. Yeah, I can get my manufactured goods well enough. It's a little bit of a shame you're coming into this stream later, Illusion, because we had a pretty exciting Terra Mystica game earlier. But I do not have enough time for one right now. Not for a second one. Okay, we don't want this lighthouse. We could actually compete with the Siege Workshop. We can't build any of these, and the lighthouse is terrible, so I guess Workshop it is. We have some military now. Okay, I want this tablet as my, I think my highest priority. Because this card is very annoying for the Giza player to build. Oh no, sorry. He won't build it. He'll cut it away in his wonder slot. This one's a little. Yeah. Okay. I think we could try and finish a full science cycle. I don't think it's gonna work, but we will attempt it. Because I think that's the only way we have a shot to win here. Unfortunately, it's going to get cut away by the Giza player right now, unless they're particularly enamored with something else in the pack. They'll just build the last Wonder stage, I think. And that's going to be sad times for us. Oh, they didn't. They took the military because it was their last pass to defeat us in a battle. Yay for battles. These cards are terrible. And we know there's a science card left in this pack. And in fact, it's the 3rd workshop. So we definitely want to delete one of these to our wonder. Now, what's the best for this player? Certainly not the lighthouse. Yes, by far it's the Pantheon. So let's destroy the Pantheon. And we should be getting the workshop right now. There it is. Is this the right... Let's see, this is worth 12 points? That's definitely more than the military is worth. Actually, is that even true? The military might still be worth more. Because it lets us defeat them and tie them, but they have a strategist guild. This seems somewhat insane on surface value, but actually this is worth more points against everybody. Because it turns a 6-point gap into 6 the other way, so it's 12 on him, whereas this is 12 on him, and it's more than 12 against this player. Because of the strategist guild. So let's take that. Alright, how is this gonna shake out? Yep, not great for us. Oh well. Not too surprising, we made the best of a bad situation. That was just us being dealt none of the good cards. And there's really nothing you can do about that in Seven Wonders. If you don't get either double resource or the Caravanserai, you're just slated to lose. Hopefully this will come better. No, Giza! Okay, well, that's sad. We'll take this, we'll take side A. I personally only like using Giza side B when it matches up well, like to let us buy the extra needed clay resources from people. So basically you have to be playing against Babylon. Also, what is up with this pack? This is... Are we gonna get cut off all the double resources again? And maybe all of the resources? Because that would be a little frustrating. Okay, actually we're getting past one here, because he didn't take, so that means this guy opened up both. No, he didn't. That means the Rhodos player passed the Ore Clay card to him. Well, that's a big misplay that just ensures the Ephesus player wins. So, unfortunately, the best we have, given that they're going to grab the other double resource right here, right now, is we'll get a trading post pointed at them. Because we know that we have access to buy every resource type from them. It's a little weird to have it this way, with Giza buying from Ephesus instead of the other way around, but, you know, we play what we're dealt. As we inferred, we knew he was holding that card, and he took it. Not too in love with the marketplace, because this player shouldn't be taking any manufactured goods. We are going to need more stone than we can get, right? We only have 1, 2, 3. We want access to one more, but maybe we'll get the Caravanserai. We'll want this just to have, to help build stage 2, and also because it lets us buy Caravanserai at cheap price. So military going away. These cards are really unexciting. I definitely want to build a wonder stage here. This can't be built by anyone, so it's fine to pass it. I think the altar is definitely better than the theater because of the constructions that they beget later. And this is less exciting because we can already buy it from the Ephesus player. So let's go ahead and wonder the altar. Okay. We'll get military to make sure we're not behind on that. Caravanserai is so nuts. Yeah, it is. It is. This is a very bizarre game we're getting on this one. But the lie of the cards forces us into this terrible situation. We've definitely already lost because I don't even know what this Rhodos player is doing passing this card to Ephesus. So Ephesus is just going to have a giant stomp here, and there's really nothing we can do about that. We do not have access to build a wonder. We don't have any particular interest in building this one science card. So I guess we're about to get a marketplace, and we are not thrilled about it, but at least it lets us buy every manufactured good type. So we'll take it. Okay. Nope, no Caravanserai. This game hates me. 3 games in a row, it's given me terrible, terrible deals. Now, we are interested in the stone card, but also this log card. Let's go ahead and take the log first, because it's more immediate for building this, I think. And also makes this an easier buy when the pack wheels if the stone is gone. Okay, Caravansary eaten up. Do we even want the forum when we have a marketplace that buys every possible good type? We may well not. It might be okay just to deny it to this player, save a little cash. I do like jamming military here. I think that's what I'm more interested in doing. How difficult are these for other people to build? The Ephesus player has everything. They were given all 3 of the really good cards. But, I mean, we can't beat them anyway because of that. So, I guess we're just aiming to beat the Rhodos player. And they're in better shape to... They're in worse shape to take this one. We should still take this because the Ephesus player has to buy out at increased price. So we'll do that. Okay, woo, points cards. I want that one. It has the biggest number. Yeah, Illusion's got the right of it. Screw you, 7 wonders. I'm gonna make my own wonders with blackjack and hookers. Whew. This pack will come back to us too, which means that we can get a point card at the end. So that's kind of nice to be able to retain a wonder slot. Ephesus did buy it out, so we are going to... no, we'll tie military against Rhodos. Do we want some clay? Probably more... No, we want the money. We are set up to pay money for everything. So, money, money, money. And that is what I have to say about that. Okay, Rhodos is jumping on the science bandwagon. Do I want this now? No, I just got infinite money and I buy those too cheaply. So I'm just going to go ahead and slide in a wonder card and leave these as options for the Ephesus player. They will not be happy with those as last picks. I can afford to do it because we know my last pick is a nice juicy blue card. This one's worth more points. This one will discount the Pantheon in the next round. And is cheaper to build now. I don't know if that can realistically compensate more points. I think I'm inclined to believe probably not. They did not build their final wonder stage, so we're actually going to defeat them in military there. What do we want here? Oh my word, this card is worth 10 points. But do we take it? Other people could wonder it away, and if they're thinking even a little, they should wonder it away. These are good enough substitutes to the palace that I'm not too worried about losing it, as great as it is. So, yeah, Craftsman's Guild, here I come. Okay, Builder's Guild disappeared. We could take, let's see, Ship Owners is not ideal. It's only a score 4 at the moment. We do want to bulk up on military, but we're not actually capable of taking this card. No one is except the Ephesus player. Doesn't bode super well for us. Ship Owners is worth 1 million to the Ephesus guy. It's a 7-point guild. We could entertain building it, even though it's worth 1 less to us than this, just to stop that. Because we're definitely going to defeat the Rhodos guy with the direction that he has gone. Yes, exactly. No threat of Rhodos taking it away. You know, Ship Owners Guild is worth too much to either of them. We just have to steal that right now. It's for me now. It could wind up being worth 5 points later if I take another guild. Yeah, let's do it. Okay, this is our last guild. I'm not enamored with it. It's worth very few points. Let's grab this nice, cheap military card. Now, I can buy... Do I want to give one to Evil Tiger or one to this Pylegi? Definitely the Rhodos guy. He has way less, so we'll split the difference. Okay, so he has to take that military card right now if he wants to win military, and even if he does, that lets us defeat the Hephaestus player. I think we're... Do we want Forum over Senate? So... Or sorry, Arena over Senate. The Arena is only going to be worth 5 points to us. But we do need to recharge our money to buy out this 7-point action at the end. So it may well be better. Though Arena's terrible for the Rhodos player. As of yet, untaken is Lighthouse. So I like recharging our money because we can also score from the Lighthouse later. When that comes back. I think that's the direction I want to head. Okay. And there's our Lighthouse in a pack that has absolutely nothing else we're interested in. Hephaestus is currently holding the final military card. If they take it, then they will defeat us on military. And if they don't, we will win on military. So, without even taking it. So that definitely means we'll be wanting to build a wonder stage. We want our Lighthouse right now. Let's give this to the... yeah, that player. Okay, so they did take the military card. Is any of this... Nope, this is all junk. We're gonna build a wonder. With this guild. Here we go. So, are we staring at one that might actually be good enough to win for us? Finally. Maybe? I don't know. I think Hephaestus still wins after all is said and done. No matter how well that last round went for us. Yep, still defeated by them. No surprises because they got all the most busted cards. They even got the most busted H3 card, which is the Builders Guild. Right? Like this, that. Really frustrating to see us get no passes at any of that. Let's try one more because our luck can't actually get any worse than it's been. Yeah. It happens sometimes, Lexabite. Is definitely one reason that Terra Mystica is my go-to stream game. That if I lose really badly, mostly that's my fault in Terra Mystica. Alexandria B is an easy choice. It's far better than A. These wonders are both bad, and mine is not one of the best ones, but it's a reasonably good one, and we got Delta Double Resource card. So, looking up this game. If I don't win this one, that may well be my fault, finally. Also, someone passed a double resource. Does that mean we get both? It does. And that's pretty amazing. Do I have 800 ELO for 7 wonders? So at the start of the stream, I was ranked in the top 200 in the world for 7 wonders. I don't really know what the ELO score was. It was 400 and something. But that was the top 200. And I've certainly fallen. Now I'm down to like 300 because I've had a very unfortunate run of all second places. what do I want to do here? I can't actually buy this, because I've taken both double resource cards, which is great, but nonetheless I can't buy this. I definitely don't need any more resources for the game because I'm Alexandria. So let's just go ahead and grab this one. Completing one science cycle's not bad at all, and I just got paid for the last military card, which means it is now in my power to buy my free Alexandria caravanserai. I could do that. I don't know if I want to do that, because the baths are pretty good too. Trading post looks bad this game. Yeah, let's grab the baths. We're not too keen on grabbing these up just yet because we know we're going to get some cards we don't care about, right? All the military's gone, and we don't actually have ability to build science cards, though we can now build the one we just passed, but it won't come back to us. Trading post is bad, this is pointless, and yep, altar not great. Definitely okay handing off a trading post to the Olympios player, because their stage 1 is strictly better than this power, so they'll have little to do with this. The question is more, should I cut the glass symbol or give them the altar? And I think the glass works at this phase of the game is better for them, so I'm going to cut that away. Okay, is this player situated to build this stage? They would have to pay... yep, they can just pay me for all the resources and build this and then get their final card. So they did accomplish their goal by passing this double resource of getting to use all 3 procs of the Babylon rank 2 ability. That said, we're pretty okay with getting handed a double resource card as compensation. I don't think we need any more of whatever than we have, so I'm happy to just wonder these cards and just have access to all the resources from the get-go. It would be super cool if we also somehow got a caravanserai. Then we could live like queens. We did not. Okay, so we could get a forum. It's pretty bad for us. Pretty bad for them, but it's really good for this player here. That said, we're passing it the other way. They have a chance to hate it before us. I think we're just interested in stocking up on military, and no one else can take this card yet, so we're happy to grab this one. Let's get some power. Okay, what do we want in this bunch? Probably what I want is, as nice as the aqueduct is, no one else can really take it currently. Sorry, this player could, for 5, could buy it, but that's not great value. I think we're interested in completing our science cycle. Now, we probably want to finish it by the end of round 2, so we can just take more point stuff in round 3. This one's probably the better one because there's 2 distinct tablet symbols in draft pack 2. Do you have to live like a queen? Illusion? No. I will make you an honorary duke if that's what it comes to. Alright, so if we cut off this workshop here, then this player can't get access to a workshop, which is kind of nice. On the other hand, we may not see any tablets if we don't take this here. So there's a reasonable argument for just grabbing the money and running, and then getting out of science now that we've finished a full cycle early. Does the Duke, does it come with a cape? Yeah, I think so. No fancy hat, though. Sorry. Yeah, I think there's a reasonable chance that we wind up in taking some science cards in the... No, let's see. We're still live to need to take a military card now. And that'll tie us up on this fellow. Because this fellow's incapable of grabbing the walls. They don't have access to 3 stone. They can't even buy it. I think it's probably okay to cut a workshop here. Okay, they did take the tablet. That is quite a gambit from me, I'm well aware. Because it means now both of us are in awkward science configurations instead of both being in great ones. Okay, never mind, they passed on the tablet there, so that actually may just come back to us. If it does, we'll count ourselves very fortunate. Yep. Oh no, sorry, it's in the last... Oh no, it was wandered over here. They wandered away the tablet symbol. Okay, well we don't have interest in any of these, I don't think. And we can make pretty okay use of everything that we're dealt in the next round. So I like just go ahead and finishing our wonder. Could be a little dicey resource-wise. Right? We have very flexible resources, but we don't actually have a lot of them. What do you do with the feather? We can make that some sort of coat of arms thingy-majigger. And so we'll get that on your... that can be the symbol on your cape, I think. Definitely we want to cut this military card. We're pretty invested in military not to just win it. Strategist Guild. At the worst here that I'm likely to see ever, really. We could take another military card. And then... I suppose we're just riding the point train till the end of the game. How do we stack up against these people? Babylon is in much better shape than this player, though they will win a military victory. I think it's okay to grab this here. A quill does sound like a Duke thing. I like your Duke style. We have no interest in grabbing another military card. Nor do we have interest in much of this, frankly. We're not going to try and complete more science cycles. Because we can't... It's physically impossible for us to get more than one. There's only one tablet out there. So, this can't really pay off. We just need this blue point thing. Crumb, there goes the last tablet. That's terrible for us. Okay, definitely my fault. I should not have accepted this gambit and should have just taken one of the scriptoriums on the previous round. None of these are great for us, but this is at least worth 5 points, so we'll build it. Yep, okay. We don't have to see this pack again, so we should just pull out of it the high point thing. It's now also we grant the option to this player to... unfortunately, they've completed their wonder, so they're not likely to cut the last workshop. But if they did, it would really screw this guy. We'll take our wild science symbol, because that's a nice juicy 8 points. That's a lot better than the 6 of the Senate. Who do I want to pay? I think I want to pay No, Babylon is going to finish 2 complete science cycles. That's actually moderately threatening. Maybe let's pay Evil Tiger. Here you go, Evil Tiger. Hopefully, evil tigers are less awful than evil hamsters. Don't need this military card, so I guess we're building this guild as bad as it looks. It's still 4 points. I think we won this one. This one looks pretty good for us, though they're about to get the last gear symbol. There is another evil. Half distracted? Well, certainly I'm the last person to be opposed to playing games. So that's a productive use of your time, I would say. Oh my goodness, that was tight. Okay, we tied the Babylon player, but we had more coins than them, so we win that tie, and there we go, moving back up in our world rank. And this should answer your question about ELO or something, maybe, Illusion? 393, and ranked 245th in the world at present. So, do we want to press our luck for another one? Probably. Let's keep running. Do you think evil tigers eat evil hamsters? Yeah, the evil tiger was defeated. As you rightly informed us last game, on the previous stream, evil always loses. But I'm unsure if an evil tiger would eat an evil hamster. That might be a good tiger that eats evil hamsters, ridding the world of evil. They could also plot together. Yes, this is... Yes, it's a possibility. Whew. Really bummed out that our second Terra Mystica game had the person quit out in the middle. We had something interesting going there. Nope. Is Q not going to behave for us? That would be unfortunate. Whew. Okay. Another match. Woo. This Japanese fellow is actually rated even more highly than me. Also, this Japanese player is playing Ephesus, so that doesn't bode super well. Again, I'm gonna opt for Giza side A, and I have my choice of double resource cards. I will be happy to take this one, especially because I'm passing into Ephesus, and they would rather have this one too, just like me. So there we go. Oof. Don't like this lot. Giza's really... Does every animal have an evil counterpart that is slightly mediocre at board games? I don't know. That's... Could there really be an evil guinea pig? Those things are so adorable. Maybe we are doing the unthinkable and just picking up manufactured resources as Giza. We have to pick 2 times out of this pack, which suggests that just wandering a card to skip the pick is not the correct action. So I think I like well enough picking up one of these. Which guilds do they give us access to? I think, not too excited about Spies. Builders Guild takes a Glassworks. That's a nice one. So is Magistrates. Those kind of trade off with each other. Strategists or Philosophers could be a thing we jump into. So maybe the Loom is the better one long term. Let's go ahead and grab that. Military, sign me up. Evil Tiger was 400 plus ELO? I missed that detail. That would be incredible, if true. Do I want to trading post pointing at Ephesius? Probably not. I could contemplate moving into science with this card. I don't think I'm too excited for that. I think I would rather just... So if I pick up this item, then I still need yet another stone source in order to have access to this 7-point option. So that could come from Caravansary, but that's anti-percentage for me to open a Caravansary. And so it may be better, safer to just bet on getting this card, and then I can take the double stone next round. Probably that's for the best, because even if this panned out with a Caravansary, I would still need another lumber source. So we'll grab this one. Wow, other people are being really incessant on taking science. He picked this up ahead of me. That's a little surprising. This player has access to grab this. I'm not that interested in entering the science race if both of them want to do that. So I think I'm just going to wonder this and make his life hard. And do I have access to... Yes, I do have access to the baths on the last pick, because I definitely count the packs. I promise I am. Okay, can we open something good? Give me that Caravansary. We have the resources to build it. I would love a Caravansary. No Caravansary, no Forum. Sad Panda. But we did cut a science card, and they split the others, so they're going to have a real fight in front of them if they want to play their science game. We'll give science a wide berth, and instead just start buying military. I like Ephesius' position significantly more than Rhodos is here, so I will pay Rhodos. Okay, double stone is picked up, so we do have access to buy that for our final move. Do we want a forum? We may well. Passes on the military card, but this is a pretty efficient resource for us to take. So I think I'm happy to buy that. That does prevent us from paying the 1 money for the double log resource, which is in the Ephesus pack holdings right now. Somehow Caravansary is still live. It got handed off from here to here, probably because he was incapable of buying it. So, over here, will he take the Caravansary? With certainty, I would imagine. He's about to pay me a ton of money for it. That means I will have money for the double wood, so I can forum with impunity. Yep, there it is. Oh goodness. Did he... Oh, he has a marketplace, so he can build it for free. Right. Well, that's an unfortunate thing for me to forget. Yikes. That may have thrown the game right there. Oh, none of these work except the aqueduct. So we'll grab the aqueduct. It's sad we have to pass that military card, but it is what it is. We can't really... We don't want these. We don't want to enter this science race. If I pick from here, Rhodos will pick from 3, and then this tablet goes around to Ephesius in the end position, and that's bad. So I think since we have to discard a card for coins, as depressing it is as it is, we're getting rid of the library. Okay, we have money now. We've lost military and may never be able to build wonder stages thanks to my mistake. Can't believe I forgot you could build a free Caravansary if you had a marketplace. We are definitely interested in one of these point cards. The courthouse is a dead-end line, whereas the statue begets something else on the next play. For free, it lets free gardens happen, so we're going to build that one. Who's in the better spot? Definitely Ephesus, so we will pay Rhodos. And now we should be able to get double wood. Yep. It really sucks we have to move to 0 money just to have this quadruple wood. Like, this is such a bad place. But, you know, it's actually going pretty okay for Awful Wonder versus the 2 best wonders. So we can maybe work within that framework. I think I like the Magistrates Guild more so than the Haven. Even though the Haven would give me some money to start buying things, sign me up for a Magistrates Guild. That's always a reasonable card. This would be 6 points if I can build it. I cannot build it. If I build this 5-point item, I think I'm just going to keep trying to build things and getting paid in the meanwhile, and hoping that that somehow works out for me, even though I know it's not gonna. Ship Owners Guild, worth 6 points. That's actually the best thing in the pack for me. Yep, we'll take it. Do I play Seasons? Is this a 7 Wonders expansion? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 military. And he can go up to 7 pretty easily. So I don't know how much interest we have in building a military thing. We might do it just to ensure that Ephesus does not come and militarily tie us. We do need that win. So, and now we can't build anything. Let's jam one of these under our wonder. This is worth 6 points for the Ephesus player. This is, does he have a temple? He does have a temple, so this is an easy 7 for him. We'll definitely wonder that. And I got handed more money, but not enough to build my final wonder stage, so we can end with this crappy arena. He's holding military cards right now, and he could just play one or build a wonder to defeat me militarily, which is building the wonders what he should do. I assume it's what's coming. Does that mean actually that the Ephesus player is losing? I think it does. Yeah, they have very little worth points, so we're gonna pay them. Ephesus player was definitely behind them, but we got last place. Seasons is its own drafting game. Oh, that's a beating. That was pretty rough for us. I did make the one mistake in the middle, but I don't know. Just having Visa and having to play against Rhodos and Ephesus is rough stuff. There are definitely a lot of other drafting games that I enjoy. I have not played nor heard of Seasons. I think my top pick drafting games, Magic the Gathering is certainly fun to play in the cube draft format. Let's see, there's also Between Two Cities is sort of a version of Seven Wonders that I don't think it holds up as well competitively. For reasons that would take a lot of words to explain. There's another one that was recommended to me recently called Paper Tales, and I think it's awful. Highly recommend that any of my viewers stay clear of that game. It has really no high-level play integrity whatsoever. is very straightforward and just entirely based on what you open. Oh look, no double resource cards. Again. Ugh, this is getting tiring. Figured I played MTG? Yep, it's true. You caught me. I've played a lot of games. I've played a lot of games for money. Magic the Gathering included. Certainly my biggest cash cow by far was Bridge. We could... Okay, I think what we're looking to do is just go on the science here. So let's grab this in preparation for having a science card available later. Hopefully we'll have access to take this scriptorium when it comes back around. Okay, somewhat amazingly, no one took any of the resource cards, or of the double resource cards. That's a little dumbfounding, but I'm happy to pick this one up here, even if it forgoes that science card. So what got buried away by Wonder? I think one of the science cards did. That's a shame. We're still happy to... Yeah, okay, so he took that science, I took this. Nope. Okay, so the last science is still available. I could keep it available to myself if I were to discard this for coins. There's no real fear that Rhodos is going to build this Wonder Stage on their next pick, though. And then would they remove this as the final pick? I don't think they would. So actually, I think we are excited to jump into military here. It's kind of a weird pivot with Helicarnassus, but we can be happy about doing that. This may well get discarded at the end of the round. I think there's pretty good odds, actually. Now, a trading post. That's something that would be pretty great for us if these people were building... Let's see, Rhodos is going to have a very uneven distribution type. I figured out the Wondered card. It's the double resource action. The Woodstone. There's some merits to taking the Claypool here. If we do, we're one off of this, but no one else is going to have any purchasable clay. Which actually, that's a pretty good argument against grabbing these. If we open Caravansary and we just buy it, then we're in the clear on these. If we don't, hard to say what will happen. This person's probably not taking as many resources as Rhodos, though, so let's get our trading post pointed at Rhodos, who may well end with the clay on their final move. Okay, so we know that they're holding the last science card right now. The question is, so actually we know they're not going to build their Wonder because it's impossible, right? There's not enough stone for them to purchase. So in light of them not being able to build Wonder, we know they'll discard the science card. And that means that we can just reanimate it right now with this action. Which is good, because we really don't want either of these junk things. So here we go. We are effectively building the tablet symbol, the scriptorium. And there it is. Look at me being good. MTG is... It can do that to people, certainly. We still didn't get the Caravansary, and I'm still disappointed about it. That's really a shame. I think there's decent odds this wheels, and even if it doesn't, we could quit after one science cycle. This forum only gives us access to one manufactured good we do not already have. So I think where we want to head is this military card. I'm going to go ahead and grab that now. Of course, as fate would have it, Caravansary is not dealt to us yet again. As tempting as these are, this double clay is a really good look also. We could easily be cut off from it if we don't build here. And I think we are starting to shape towards just having a single cycle of science. Especially because we know that one of these protractor symbols disappeared again. So there's going to be 2 in the next round, and we have to get one of them for 8 points. And that's pretty doable. This is terrible, this is terrible. I think it's very reasonable to take this, given that we can't take that one. So let's just sign up for some points. It's rare that you get to play kind of this balanced approach with Helicarnassus, but it's pretty cool. Definitely fun to do a line like this. We might need more resources than we were going to now, though. Disappointed, waiting to be a duke. Look, I'm sorry. I can only make you a duke once, like I said, the rest of us are living like queens. Because in order to appoint you as the duke, I will need to ascend to the queendom. The princess just does not have the power to do that. I wish it weren't so, but that is how it be. This vineyard is a ton of money. And we have a trading post. So I think we're pretty happy about a ton of money. And also, we're handing off 2 cards this player is very unhappy about. So, yay for that. Do I want the 4 points? I think that's better than a reanimation, because we know I can't get any science cards through it that I care about. Dominion. Okay, so on the topic of Dominion, let's see. So this is not a strategist guild I want. Ship Owners Guild is always a little sketchy, but we have a Builders Guild, and that's pretty amazing. So let's have a Builders Guild. That's always worth a lot. That also makes Ship Owners Guild worth more if it wheels to us. So I used to play Dominion on the very old Isotropic server back before it received a cease and desist order from Rio Grande Games. So at that time there was a very stable world ladder that and it was very competitive. That doesn't really exist anymore, unfortunately. And I was, in fact, in the top 10 in the world in Dominion for a brief while I played it. So what do we want out of this pack? These are not all getting cut from us, so we can expect to take one of these later. Whereas if I take one now, we may come back with bad science at the end. The Philosopher's Guild is pretty alright for him, not really for anyone else, but I think I'm happy about this Traders Guild. It's 5 points and it upgrades the Ship Owners Guild that I expect is about to wheel to us. So I will happily take this Traders Guild, even though I need one of these protractor symbols, because I assume those protractor symbols are coming back. Not too thrilled about the lighthouse. It's low value, and it's also not only is it low value, it's something that's, I want other people to take it because I have a Traders Guild. I think we're just looking at the palace here. Yep, that looks right. So I was extremely good at Dominion, is your answer, but I haven't kept up with it. It's, do we get the 7-point Ship Owners Guild? That's exciting. Okay, they took another protractor, so we know, yep, protractor's coming through here. Nice 8-point protractor symbol, but I'm actually not going to build it. I don't think. Because I could reanimate twice and still gain it? No, that's not true. If I reanimate now, I will not get to gain this because this will be passed off to the Rhodos player, who will be happy to take this lodge. Whereas these cards are awful for them. So let's just go ahead and build the protractor thing the hard way. And now I'm going to wonder this card, and we can reanimate for 6 points. If we must. Maybe we can do better. We'll see. It's worth more to reanimate into it than to build it, because I also get compensated this point, and I get points in Builder's Guild. So the reason I moved away from Dominion is I found another deck building game that I like quite a lot better, and it's published by Serlin Games. It's known as Puzzle Strike. I like the character asymmetry. You have different starting decks for the different characters you can play as, and they really lend shockingly different feels to all of them. And also I like that it's not a game about buying things, which is entirely what Dominion is about. Rather than being about buying things, Puzzle Strike is a game about straight up killing your opponent. And we'll happily take this 6-point card, because nothing else here is as good. Alright, so we're losing all the military. But, oh no! No! We fell short. 1 point off. That's really upsetting. I thought I had that one. It was playing out very well. What really went wrong in here? I suppose these picks did not hold their value for how many points I actually pulled with them. Right? Like, this is an age 1 and an age 2 pick, and it only compensated me 2 points. Because this would have been a -1 instead of a +1 if I hadn't taken it. So, that's... no, 3 points, because I also managed to tie someone. So an age 1 and an age 2 pick together for 3 points is really bad value. Really, really bad value. It's definitely easy to imagine this. I actually first picked this military card. If I hadn't, I could have had one more reanimation in the game, and that could have taken the aqueduct. That sort of thing definitely would have won it for me. Okay, well, I guess I know where the failing was. Oh well. So Illusion, here's an update for you. I promised you at the last stream that I would look into Gaia Project for you, and I have. And it looks pretty nifty. Looking at it, I've read the rules, and I spent about an hour and a half just theory crafting, but I haven't actually played it. I've only theory crafted. And I have to say, after just thinking about the game, the Terrans and the Itar look extremely overpowered. And if you want to tell me that this isn't so, I will believe you, because you've played and I haven't. But they definitely look very strong. Balance aside, I think it does commit the Terra Mystica fraud that's perpetrated with the Orin of a race whose power is having no power, which is truly an asinine design decision. And in fact, it has like 3 different races that are like that. I don't remember what they all are off the top of my head, but Terrans, and the other one that looks absurdly strong to me is the Itar. Basically those like fuzzy ice Wookiees. They definitely look like a powerful race. But it's pretty disappointing that some of these races are just missing powers. You know, it's like in Terra Mystica, every race has a passive ability and a stronghold power and a unique faction tile, and except for the Orin, who for some reason just don't get an ability. And in Gaia Project, there are like 3 factions that are missing an ability. There's the one that can trade their planetary stronghold position with the positions of their mines every turn, and that race just does not get a passive power. Um, Asking your friend who plays it a ton. Okay. The other one that looks like a very strong race to me is the one that starts with only their planetary institute and no mines. But they can place satellites every turn. Those are my pick for the top 3 in that order: Terran, Itar, and then whatever that other one is called. And the top 2 look unbalancingly powerful. But it definitely has some niftinesses to it. I prefer the way they structure their research tracks to the cult tracks of Terra Mystica. Because the cult tracks are somewhat interchangeable outside of the cult rewards, whereas the research tracks have interplay with prerequisites for tech tiles and your capabilities. It's also sort of nice to have a systematized version of upgrading digging that isn't so universally terrible that only 2.5 races can use it. Yes, so agree with you about that cultist track. It's definitely more interesting. It's what I was just saying, the different research disciplines. How unique the factions are, I do think they are a little more unique than in Terra Mystica. I would agree with you there. Not all of them seem wonderfully unique, but a good number of them are. Yeah, Terra Mystica's really their most unique selling points are engineers, alchemists, and mermaids. Very glad to have gotten to play 2 of those today, and won both games, even if one was just on a technicality. So unfortunately, we're getting pretty close to the top of the hour now, and I have stuff to do. So I'm gonna have to say farewell to you all. My stream schedule is posted down beneath the stream, so you can check that out. My next stream will be Monday evening. I don't think so. Your friend disagrees with me? So your friend, what exactly is being made as a claim here? There's 2 possibilities, right? Is your friend telling me that I'm full of crap and just not fit to judge this game at all? Or is he telling me, you're on the right track and they're good, but they're not as overpowered as you fear, so this game is still very playable? I hope for the latter. Definitely hope so. Anyway, I'm willing to put stock in what your friend says. So thanks everyone for watching. Hopefully I will see you again on Monday. And I think I'm going to drop a link in my chat for something that I recommend any of my viewers check out. Currently there is a stream run marathon running, the PACE event. It happens annually, and it raises... It's a charity fundraiser and a speedrunning marathon. So if you're into any retro video games at all, I think currently they're doing a lot of Super Mario 64 categories. So let's actually, I'm gonna go ahead and start a raid in that direction. So, there you go. You can go ahead and be forwarded to that if you have interest. Thanks for watching. Farewell.